Good evening. I hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of September 9th, 2021 to order. For those who would like to join us, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. City Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Garner.
Here.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Present.
Mayor Holstedge.
Here.
And Councilmember Kors is absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a number of presentations tonight and a number of special guests in the audience today. So first, we have a proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. So I'm going to read that on behalf of the entire City Council and the community. It says, whereas today we celebrate the gifts of Hispanic culture, which offers a rich heritage, a deep commitment to family and community, a strong work ethic, an entrepreneurial spirit, and an unwavering belief in the American dream. And whereas the objectives of Hispanic Heritage Month are to create a greater awareness of Hispanic contributions to American culture, to illustrate the diversity of the Hispanic community, and to encourage a greater curiosity within young people about the rich history and cultural heritage of Hispanics or Latinos. Whereas, in the words of Cesar Chavez, preservation of one's own culture does not require contempt or disrespect for other cultures, and thus celebrate the contributions of the robust Hispanic movement to include Spain, Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, El Salvador, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is a call to action to reaffirm our respect, appreciation, and support for Hispanic Americans and to ensure that they, like all Americans, are afforded the same rights, privileges, and advantages to pursue their dreams. And now, therefore, it be resolved that we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, by the power vested in us, do hereby affirm and proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Palm Springs and encourage the community to celebrate a collective progress shared with the Hispanic community, learn by seeing the strength that derives from our diversity, and honor a shared spirit of self-determination, dignity, and respect for cultural heritage. Signed this 9th day of September 2021. We're looking forward to celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with the entire community. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you to all of our Latino and Hispanic business owners and workers and residents. You play a very important role in our community, and we're so grateful for you. Next, we have a video to show. So, as many of you know, our incredible Chief of Police, Brian Reyes, who is here in a uniform, without a uniform. I think it's one of the first times I've seen you without a uniform, Chief. As many people know, our incredible chief retired at the end of August after nearly 3 decades of service to our Palm Springs community. Tonight, we are paying special tribute to Chief Reyes so we can all properly thank him for his extraordinary service to our city. As we all know, Chief Reyes has had an incredible career of service and giving back to the community of Palm Springs. And before we present him with a special proclamation, we would like to show a wonderful video city staff produced highlighting Chief Reyes's incredible career and many accomplishments. Thank you to city staff for making that fantastic video, though I didn't see any photos from 30 years ago. Thank you, Chief. So now I'd like to open it up to council comments, and I know the city manager has some comments too, so we'll start with you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I am certain that I will always remember Chief Reyes from the first moment that I met him. And what happened is I was just being introduced to some of the city staff. I was being taken around to facilities. I hadn't even spent my first day on the job. And I go to meet the chief of police. And this isn't the first time I've done this, so I know something about how it goes. The chief and everybody else say, "Hello, sir, welcome. I'm here to help you. And whatever you need, you let me know," et cetera, all the niceties. And I shake hands with Brian Reyes, and he looks at me and says, "Sir, I hope you brought your cleats because things around here move fast." So right away, I liked Chief Reyes. I grew to like him even more over that time, but I didn't realize it until now, some of what that meant. After 27 years, and if each year was a mile, Brian has run a marathon. But he didn't just run a marathon, he sprinted one, because he always had his cleats. It's one thing to serve an entire career in law enforcement. It's another thing to ascend and aspire to the rank of chief. It's another to work for a community for this long, any community. And it's yet another to work for a community that's not a simple, slow, but rather a dynamic, fast-paced community. That really is the epitome of service. So, Chief, I hope you're hanging up your cleats. I hope you're going to become comfortable in something more like sandals or slippers. At this stage, you've certainly earned it. I'm really grateful that I got to know you the little bit that I could in this short time, and I wish you the absolute best.
Would council like to make any comments before we present the proclamation? Councilmember Woods.
You know, many years ago when I was a child growing up, I was an illegal resident because I was a gay man. And the police department was never on my side. They were raiding the bars that I would frequent, and they would arrest people for reasons just for being gay or lesbian. I really give a hats off to Chief Reyes. We've come a long way since then. Our police department has come an enormous way since then. And Chief Reyes has evolved, as we've all evolved, and I can't thank him enough. I've worked with Chief for 2 years. I don't think I've ever had such a responsive staff member that I've worked with, and I want to thank you for that. Your responsiveness to myself and to our constituents is unbelievable. Your professionalism in leading a department through some very hard times is also very admirable. I thank you very much for the opportunity to have worked with you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
You know, we are going to miss Brian Reyes tremendously, but whenever I think about the chief, I always go back to my foundation in this city is the neighborhood organizations. And my first meeting with Chief Reyes was when I was chairing the Tahquitz River Neighborhood Organization. And we wanted to meet with the officer that was responsible for our neighborhood. And not only did that officer show up, but then Lieutenant Brian Reyes showed up as well. At my home, he stayed throughout the entire meeting. He was constantly invested in what was going on in our neighborhoods. And he never lost track of the fact that the neighborhoods, the residents, the businesses, and the police department are a partnership. And the success of any one group is dependent on the quality of the partnership that exists between all of us. So I'm going to miss him. At a personal level, right after we were elected, a columnist from the New York Times came to Palm Springs. And when he wanted to know what it was like to work with me, he reached out to the chief. And what the chief had to say about me is something I'll never forget and will always thank.
I never make any conversation with anyone very easy most of the time because I have a lot of opinions and a lot of things that I want to dig into, and that especially goes for our police department. And I've really appreciated that Chief Reyes has always stepped up to the table to have very tough conversations with me, and that leadership has, been shown throughout the entire Palm Springs police force. I have gotten to know Palm Springs police officers very well in these last couple of years, and I attribute so much of the willingness to sit with me and answer my questions to Chief Reyes' leadership. So thank you so much for allowing my voice to be one that is respected and is not just dismissed, but really taken seriously, and that you allow me to work with all of you to create a better city for all of us. So thank you for your leadership and for passing that on to your officers.
Thank you. It's hard to sum up thanks on behalf of a community for nearly 30 years of service to our city. And so we represent 45,000 people, the millions that visit Palm Springs. And truly, if you think about the hundreds of thousands of people, probably millions of people that your leadership has impacted over nearly 3 decades in Palm Springs. Chief Reyes is a true leader. We get the opportunity to work with a lot of leaders in this profession, and we've looked at national, statewide leaders. Chief Reyes is the best leader that I've ever seen. I truly look up to his leadership and aspire to be a leader like he is. He is dedicated, he works incredibly hard, and he deeply cares about service, about the community, about the people. And at the end of the day, this job is about serving people. And it's hard to do after 27 years in such a difficult profession like policing, to be an officer. It's hard to continue to care in that way so deeply and authentically and honestly. So I applaud you for that. And in return, you are loved by the community. I always said that Chief Reyes could run for president and he would win in this town because people love you. You're one of the most respected and beloved leaders in our entire community and in our entire region. And I know that goes to say along with the community of policing, both statewide. I know that you're a statewide and national voice and leader. And I said this before, but I think you truly will go down in our history in Palm Springs as the police chief who led us through the most difficult and dark times. And you always led the way for so many of us when we were struggling in those difficult times. I know the city council leaned on you when we lost our officers, and you truly led us through that loss and tragedy and into the future. And you've seen multiple downturns and recessions and the COVID pandemic, once in a 100-year pandemic, and you led with grace and commitment to the community and a commitment to getting things done and serving the people. So on behalf of the entire community of Palm Springs, the entire region, we thank you for your service and your leadership, and we know you will continue to lead and to serve in your next role. So thank you very much. So now we have a special proclamation drafted that we would like to present to you. And we are sharing in the reading of it because we want to thank you on behalf of each of the 5 districts in Palm Springs that we represent, the constituents, and on behalf of the entire community. So Councilmember Woods, would you please begin?
I will begin, but I first want to say I think we left out the word compassion. I think your leadership with compassion is something to be admirable. It's very admirable. Thank you.
Very true.
Whereas Brian Reyes was hired by the City of Palm Springs Police Department in December 1993 as a police officer, rising to the rank of Chief of Police in February 2016. And whereas Brian, throughout his police officer career, held the various ranks of police sergeant, police lieutenant, police captain, as well as worked as a patrol officer, field training officer, use of force instructor, a crimes against persons detective, a detective sergeant, a field training officer program coordinator, a member of the critical incident investigation team, a SWAT member for 15 years, including the assignment of SWAT commander. And whereas Brian has shown his dedication to his career and self-improvement by acquiring a master's in public administration from Cal State University San Bernardino, is a graduate of both the Los Angeles Police Department Leadership Program and California Police Chiefs Executive Leadership Institute.
And whereas Brian, or Chief Reyes, has also received numerous accolades and awards over the years, to include a life-saving medal for his efforts in saving a man from jumping off a bridge, selected by his peers as Officer of the Year, as well as recently selected to receive the Chamber of Commerce's prestigious 2021 Richard M. Milanovich Community Leadership Award, to name a few. And whereas Chief Reyes has traversed through many aspects of the profession where he has gained operation, training, managerial, and strategic experience, which influenced his decisions daily, and whereas Chief Reyes led the City of Palm Springs Police Department through the horrific and tragic line of duty deaths of 2 of his police officers, Officer Gil Vega and Officer Leslie Zerbeni, 8 months into his tenure as Chief of Police. His extraordinary leadership during this difficult first year helped bring the community closer together and forge an even stronger relationship with the Palm Springs Police Department. He was our rock.
Whereas Brian's incredible ability to engage with Palm Springs residents, 1PS neighborhood organizations, and our many businesses throughout the city has been truly remarkable. We thank him for his dedication to ensuring proactive, responsive community policing. And whereas Brian has been a strong advocate for self-improvement among his employees to aid many to promote up through the ranks within the Palm Springs Police Department and into leadership positions, always taking the time to invest in their growth and success. Whereas Brian was a member of the College of the Desert Public Safety Academy Advisory Committee, a board president for the Palm Springs Boys and Girls Club, governing board member for Desert Regional Medical Center, and a frequent participant in Find Food Bank's annual telethon to raise funds to help feed our hungry neighbors, Brian Chief Reyes always made time to volunteer and serve his community.
And whereas Chief Reyes will be tremendously missed by those who have worked with him over these past 3 decades, we thank you, Chief Reyes, for your unwavering commitment when it comes to ensuring Palm Springs remains a welcoming, inclusive, world-class city with the highest level of service and public safety for our residents and visitors to enjoy. Therefore, be it resolved, we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, by the power vested in us, do hereby want to thank Chief Brian Reyes for his 20 years of dedication and a job well done. Wish him a happy, healthy, and exciting retirement, and hereby proclaim September 9th, 2021 to be Chief Brian Reyes Day. Thank you very much, Chief. Chief Reyes, if you could come up, we will present you with the proclamation. We will take some photos to commemorate this day, and then we will offer the podium to you if you'd like to say a few words.
First off, I've witnessed a number of these things, so I'll make sure to keep this brief. It's very difficult to thank everybody, given a 27-year career here in the city of Palm Springs. But as I sat there listening to all the comments, as you reviewed my entire career, now it makes sense as to why I was taking a nap daily for the first 2 weeks. In all seriousness, what an absolute honor. I thank you for trusting me to run this incredible police department. Yes, 8 months into it, I had to deal with the worst nightmare that any chief had ever had to deal with. There was no former chiefs, no former command staff that I can call from within that used to work for Palm Springs Police Department to lean on for some level of guidance to deal with such a tragedy. So I did the absolute best thing, is to lean on the community. And the community came through tremendously for this police department. And I truly believe it's because of all the times this police department has put into that piggy bank. And it came the time for us to cash in and have the community allow us to lean on them. And they did. You know, a lot of people talk about the loss of Gil and Leslie. There was a lot more that was lost that day. We lost at least 3 other officers that never came back. And I'll just be very brief. One was a 21-year-old kid. He wanted to be in this career his entire life. Went and got a 4-year degree. I think he was in his 3rd day as a trainee. Unfortunately, he faced this unfathomable tragedy. He lost his opportunity. He never came back. He was broken. My understanding he's doing better now. But just understand, when those tragic events occur, your police department, Palm Springs, will continue to press forward and do the incredible work that they do every single day. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes, beyond what you see every day in regards to solving crime. No better example than the press conference that took place yesterday. in regards to the solving of 2 murders. Your police department's incredible, and it was an absolute honor for me to lead them for the past 5.5 years. And I look forward to being a tremendous cheerleader, not only for this city, but for this police department, and watch this incredible city grow for the foreseeable future. Justin, you picked a good one. You sincerely did. I did my entire tenure under Dr. Reddy. Great leader. Transitioned to Justin for the last few months. He's going to do quite well here, and there's no doubt that he's going to run with the reins and continue to move this city forward. Thank you for your time, and it is an absolute honor to lead this incredible police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And now, Nona and Shannon, please come up to the podium to present Chief Reyes with this thank you card that from the entire community. People have had an opportunity to sign it. And Nona and Shannon would like to say a few words to Chief and have a special announcement.
Chief, my name is Shannon Miller. I'm a former police officer, and I'm currently a board member with the Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of our Chamber CEO, Nona Watson, her staff, and all of the businesses in our community, the city staff, the city council, and all of our residents, we want to present you with this gigantic card to really express our gigantic gratitude for your leadership and your service. We know that this is a special moment in your life, and we wish you many more special moments on your life's journey. So on behalf of all of Palm Springs, we say thank you, much gratitude, congratulations, and most importantly, see you around.
And Brian, also, as you are aware, every year the police department and the fire department, they choose an individual that's shown great leadership and compassion in our community. And it's my honor to announce that on behalf of the City of Palm Springs, the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce, the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians, the police and the fire department, they have chosen you to receive the Richard M. Milanovich Community Leadership Award, which we will present to you during the Police and Fire Luncheon this December 7th. And of course, it's hosted by the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce. So let Shannon and I be the first to say congratulations on this great award, and we will miss you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chief, and we do hope to see you around. It's hard to follow that, but next we have to present the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. I'm sorry I skipped over that. I was so excited and anxious to get to the Chief's big moment there and the thank you for him. So I want to recognize Janice Lopez and Parks and Rec staff who requested the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation, and the Parks and Rec staff has been just doing incredible incredible work during the pandemic and beyond. We're so grateful for your leadership and all that you do for our community in providing essential services. So thank you to Parks and Rec staff. We're happy to provide this proclamation to you. So we'll go ahead, the full city council will present that, and then we can take some photos. Thank you. Next, we have a proclamation to Deputy City Manager Aaron Brown, read by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and then we will go ahead and present and take photos together and make comments.
Aaron, it's going to be hard to top everything, but you've been incredible. And I think they asked me to read the proclamation because I'm the least techie person you have ever met, and you put up with me. Whereas Aaron Brown was hired by the City of Palm Springs Director of Information Technology on January 9, 2017. And under his leadership, he worked to ensure stewardship, security, and modernization of the city's IT assets and infrastructure in an increasingly digital and virtual society. Whereas the Information Technology Department has been entrusted with building and maintaining interconnected, ever-growing IT architecture to protect and provide the secure storage and transfer of sensitive data in the city. And whereas Aaron took over the reins of the city's IT department and created a much-needed help desk with a team of staff to provide friendly, fast, responsive service to all city departments and led a complicated state-of-the-art council chamber and community television station upgrade that took months to successfully implement. And whereas Aaron did the heavy lifting implementing the city's enterprise resource planning system to help streamline finances for all departments, instituted the new NeoGov payroll system, which allows employees to access pay stubs and other payroll-related information online, led the effort to develop a state-of-the-art tracking and permitting system to help streamline the developmental Services Department, implemented a new, much-needed phone system for City Hall, and provided guidance and expertise related to the city's new website design. And whereas in the summer of 2018, a massive rainstorm deluged the city and electrical power at City Hall, interrupting off-site city council meeting, which was being live streamed. Without hesitation, Aaron returned to City Hall to find the generators had not automatically tripped on. In full suit, Aaron hopped the fencing, utilizing the skills he developed as a Marine, and was able to start the generators and restore power. And I can't do the Marine, but you guys can. Whereas relentless hard work and highly effective interpersonal skills led to Aaron's promotion to Deputy Assistant City Manager on February 17, 2020, a position where he continued to thrive, an expert problem solver with a legendary couch in his office where City Hall staff frequent whenever in need of good advice or just a good laugh. Whereas the Information Technology Department stepped up in a time of crisis in response to the novel coronavirus COVID-19, and increased digital demands that would allow staff to work from home, sustaining critical life-saving government and business functions and connectivity for staff and those we serve in the community. And whereas Aaron was instrumental in getting the Palm Springs Police Department's body-worn camera program operational and helped to implement the department's new computer-aided dispatch report management system, whereas Aaron was the project manager responsible for overseeing the successful construction of the $36 million ticketing wing renovation project, which was completed in 2021. The project expanded, renovated the public ticket lobby, constructed airline ticket offices and consolidated baggage screening room, installed a new baggage handling system, and whereas on Thursday, September 9, 2021, we reluctantly say goodbye to Aaron Brown as he leaves the city to move on to his next adventure. We celebrate the profound impact he had on developing, leveraging, and implementing new and emerging technologies for the benefit of all. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, do hereby recognize Aaron Brown and all of his contributions to the city's Information Technology Department, and we express our appreciation from the City of Palm Springs, and we call this observance to the attention of all of our city's citizens. Aaron Brown.
Next, I'll go to City Manager for comments and ask if City Council has any comments, and then we'll present the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've given Aaron a little bit of a hard time the last couple of weeks, and I hope he knows why. I don't really know what I'm going to do without Aaron. Aaron is a fixer, and I really don't think he's ever met a problem he couldn't fix. And in part, that's because he has unwavering persistence and determination and willingness, frankly. I think in his capacity as somewhat of a jack of all trades, serving as deputy city manager, he sometimes got the assignment nobody else was willing or able to complete. Sometimes the one that there just wasn't time for at the other end of the facility, sometimes the one across the street. And each and every single time, Aaron would find his way to fix that problem. Every organization needs a fixer like that. I don't know what I'm going to do without one, to be very honest. But I'm grateful to have been able to work with Aaron for the time that I have, for his assistance, for his persistence in helping us get to where we are. You mentioned a lot of the IT solutions. There's no doubt in my mind he advanced the technology in this city organization 20 years in the time that he was here. Gonna miss you, Aaron. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you again for everything, and I look forward to seeing you around the network.
Thank you, Aaron, on behalf of the entire City Council and our residents. It has been such a pleasure to work with you. You are such a hard worker. You are so diligent. You can solve any problem that's thrown at you. It's been incredible to watch you work and work with you, and it's also been fun as we've shared a beer after council meetings, and you're a great person to work with. And we are very, very deeply sad for you to be leaving us, but we know that you are a rock star in this industry, and you will continue to rise, and we applaud your success, and we will be here rooting you and cheering you on. So thank you very much.
I did not plan this. Everybody that knows me knows I like to work in the shadows. The less people that know my name, the better for me, because I've had a tremendous team all throughout. Everything that you said should be whereas Aaron had the privilege of, because it really has been my privilege. My kids are going to have to watch this now, so the one thing I want to say to them is, and they know, I was literally just a poor kid that lived in a trailer in the middle of a cornfield that had a goal. And leaving is hard, but I'm meeting that goal. My goal has always been to meet that ACM where I can make a difference, but still get away with staying in the shadows. So thank you, every single one of you that have been a part of the growth I've had here. Thank you to the council that supported what needed to happen. The growth in technology and efficiencies and all of that, it's such an easy thing to say, but until council gives those eyes to say yes to spending that kind of money that's needed, nothing happens. And until that city manager says, this is what I propose, council, nothing happens. So for those of us that had the privilege of doing it and got to see that progress, thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, changing gears a little bit, we have, not as heartwarming, we have our COVID-19 case and wastewater update from Emergency Management Coordinator Danny DeSelms. Thank you, Danny.
So I'm going to try to do a brief COVID update and wastewater treatment update so I can say goodbye to these two. So the first slide that we have here is just a snapshot of all the metrics that we're tracking COVID with. It's Riverside County overlaid over the state of California. And really what I want to call on this slide is a general downward trend that we're seeing, and at least an appearance that we're on the backside of this second major wave. And we'll take a closer look at Riverside County. So we had a big spike after several months of low numbers in cases. We saw a big spike about 5 weeks ago. And then for the past month, we've kind of hovered around 5,500 cases for the past 4 weeks. Last week was a one-off because we had 8 days of reporting. So while last week does look higher, it's artificially higher with one extra day of COVID case reporting because of Labor Day holiday. We'll take a closer look at the Coachella Valley. Here we've actually seen a general downward trend week over the past month, really exceptionally well here in the city. If you look at the bottom graph on the left, we went from over 100 cases per week a month ago to 47 last week. A couple good things about that is we had 2 weekends of Splash House that we were concerned were going to have a huge impact here with residents. And we didn't see the impact with residents. We did see an impact in our wastewater numbers, and we'll get to that in a couple slides. Some other positives for Palm Springs, our vaccination rates are approaching 90%. So we're 76% fully vaccinated across the city for people 12 and older, and we're at 88% partially vaccinated. So now to take a look at the wastewater numbers. I do have this week's numbers, the numbers that got reported on Tuesday, but I didn't get those until right before we came in here. So I will brief them, but we don't have them on the slides. So these two are just going back to when we started testing. And as you can see from the graph on the left, it's still indicative that we're seeing a downward trend. We're on the backside of this wave, and hopefully it stays that way. A closer look at the past 90 days. And on the right, you can see that downward trend. Last week's numbers was 226,000 counts per liter. The numbers that we got on Tuesday were 150,000, so even lower than they were last week. So really positive movement in our wastewater. And the sample summaries that we have up here, we have 3 weeks indicating the same thing, a downward trend. The numbers that we got from Tuesday's sample were just under 1,500 cases. So again, the reason why these numbers are a little bit higher is this is all the wastewater, so not just residents, but all of our visitors and our adjacent friends. And we do have the Delta variant and the Delta plus variant here in Palm Springs. Luckily, we didn't pick up any of the Lambda variant or the Mu variant to include the samples that were taken this week. So a couple final notes is the local branch of the American Public Works Association has honored the city and our wastewater testing with the Project of Merit Award, which is the highest award that they give. So the city will actually receive that award on Monday, and then we can say that our wastewater treatment project is an award-winning project. So while all of this data is encouraging, we still need to do the right thing and, proper hygiene, wearing a mask, social distancing, and follow the guidance of the CDC. There's no questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council members or staff? Thank you for your leadership. I think that award really belongs to you and all of our city staff who've been working so diligently on leading the way on this. So I know a lot of city staff, it isn't in your regular duties to respond to a pandemic, and our city staff has really led the way. So thank you for your leadership. Next, we have a homeless access center and Methodist church shelter update. We have a few slides. So good news, the Palm Springs Access Center is now open. This is at 225 El Cielo Road at the city's boxing club facility. Thank you to city staff and to the city council for providing leadership here to provide a city-owned facility to provide homelessness services to our residents. Really, we are one of the few cities in the region who are doing this work. So it is open now 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's a drop-in center where wrap-around services are provided by Martha's Village and Kitchen. Thank you to Martha's for getting this up and running as quickly as possible. So the goal is to help individuals obtain permanent housing, supportive housing, shelter, or program placement. Since the Access Center opened on August 31st, 2021, so just 9 days ago, there have been 98 unduplicated clients who've been served, 73 case management meetings, and 46 individuals have used the shower facilities, and the wraparound services you can see are located here. So, the important thing is that people can drop into the center and receive a whole host of services that will help people escape homelessness and escape poverty. So you can get assistance with health, disability, Social Security, and public benefits, vouchers for bus passes, computer lab and phones, on-site medical services or referrals, case management, behavioral health or mental health services and access to those, cash and non-cash payments, help getting employment, help reuniting with family, transport assistance, and assistance with food stamps, birth certificates, ID cards, and vouchers for clean clothes. And the center provides much needed showers and bathrooms and a place for people to go to get help. So we are very committed to this access center. Thank you to the community for supporting it and continuing to push us to provide services for our homeless residents. So thank you to Martha's for doing that and really providing best practices to get people into housing and get the services they need to get housed. We also have the 24-hour shelter at the Palm Springs Methodist Church. This is 1555 East Alejo Road. It's been open since July 6th. 2021 through September 30th, 2021. This is operated by Martha's Village and Kitchen as well. There is some conversation around looking to see if it can be extended. So this is an overnight cooling center for up to 30 people at a time at the First United Methodist Church, who has volunteered to provide this location. It's a place to sleep overnight, shower, keep out the heat, and it's a partnership, as we said, and the ultimate goal of finding housing for individuals. So last year at Martha's Village and Kitchen, 89% of their clients moved into permanent housing, and 98% of clients feel they're on a path to self-sufficiency. So that includes up to 432 homeless clients and in the region. And so far, this 24-hour shelter has served 160 unduplicated clients in 2 months. So really grateful for Martha's for serving those clients and getting people through that shelter and into housing, which is the ultimate goal and solution to homelessness. So we wanted to update the community about those efforts, as well as people who might need these services. Next, we have a presentation on the new airport baggage claim from our airport director.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. The ticketing wing renovation project was originally identified as an airport user experience objective in the airport's 2015 master plan update. Construction began in February of 2020 and was completed last month. This slide shows the old ticketing lobby. The total project cost was $36 million. The primary goals of the project were to rebuild the north and south ticket wings, including the lobbies, install an inline baggage handling system, and construct a consolidated bag screening room for the TSA. This slide is of the newly renovated north ticketing lobby. To relieve congestion, the back walls and the ticket counters were relocated 19 feet away from the front of the terminal. Video monitors replaced static signage on the back walls, and the project also increased the number of ticket counter positions from 48 to 58. This slide shows the new ADA-compliant ramp between the north and the south lobbies and the ticket counters in the south ticketing lobby. Both lobbies now have the same updated look and feel. This slide is what is referred to as the baggage makeup area. This is how the old bag makeup area used to look like. This is the same area during construction of the 3 carousels out in the back of the terminal. This slide shows the new baggage makeup areas with the new carousels in operation. In this picture, you can see the blue overhead conveyors which carry the checked bags from behind the ticket counters through the TSA baggage screening room and finally deposits the bags into one of the 3 carousels where they are then carried by the baggage carts out to the airplanes. This slide shows the new consolidated TSA baggage screening room with 5 screening machines. Once bags are screened here, the bags are placed on the conveyors on the right side and are transported outside the building to one of the 3 carousels. The city and the airport had a ribbon-cutting ceremony on August 23rd, which was covered by the local media and was attended by current and former council members, the Airport Commission chairperson, airline representatives, city staff, and key project team members. At this time, I'd like to thank our partners on this project, the general contractor Swinnerton Builders, including their baggage handling system subcontractors Jarvis Webb, previously known as Logan Teleflex, and Intellimodus, the architect and engineering consulting firm responsible for the design, WSP, and RS&H, who was responsible for construction management. Finally, I would like to thank the numerous former and current City of Palm Springs employees and council members who contributed to this project over the years. Without everyone's contribution, this project would not have been a success. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your work on this project, and we were able to do a behind-the-scenes tour. Thank you, Ulysses, for showing us what it looks like up close, and it's truly impressive, the increase and improvement in technology and handling to allow for increased passengers and new flights. So thank you so much for improving our airport in this way. Next, we have a report on the Tahquitz Yacht Club cleanup efforts, and we have Joan Martin joining us by Zoom to update us. So we will work to get her on Zoom.
Okay. When do I start? Right now.
Hi, Joan. Welcome. You're here with the full city council and city staff in council chambers. Thank you for being here tonight with us, and we're looking forward to your report.
Well, thank you so much. I'm Joan Martin, as you know, a founding member of the Tahquitz Creek Yacht Club. You remember us, don't you? We pick up trash at Tahquitz Creek. The following is a story about the creek and the people who live beside it. Tahquitz Creek is a waterway that originates near Saddle Junction on Mount San Jacinto and flows east through Tahquitz Canyon down into the valley below for about 1.5 miles, disappearing into the golf course just past Sunrise Way. It's sometimes called the Wash because of our many dry years. In the early days, the creek meandered and changed its course almost every year. Local families would take their children to picnic and play in the water, but the wooden bridge that crossed the creek was repeatedly washed away. Finally, the Army Corps of Engineers came to tame the creek. Their original plan was to line the channel they dug with concrete, but the people who lived in the neighborhood didn't want this. They held meetings and formed a formidable opposition until they prevailed upon the Corps to soften the concept. So the Corps left a sand bottom and lined the ascending sides with boulders called riprap that would slow the water's speed and contain it. They made a permanent concrete pedestrian bridge at Camino Real Cross Street, a vital pathway for children walking to school. The city of Palm Springs provided a bike path up one side of the creek, and the County of Riverside Flood Control that manages the creek has a dirt access road up the other. We ended up with a park-like setting with a unique feature. When one walks toward the mountain from Sunrise, especially on the bike path side, sometimes with ducks, egrets, and after a rain, frogs down in the wash beside him, he is treated all the way to a stunning, unobstructed view of the mountains. It's 3/4 mile. However, over time, unwanted furniture, equipment, and trash were dumped down the sides and into the creek. In 2006, neighborhood volunteers met to clean up the creek. They pulled big stoves, refrigerators, beds, and the like up the riprap to the curb at the top. County and city pickup trucks drove repeatedly up and down the long horseshoe from near Palm Canyon Drive to Sunrise and back again to pick them up. At the end of the day, they had picked up 14 tons of trash. Right after that, the Tahquitz Creek Yacht Club was formed, made up of representatives from nearby neighborhood organizations, Trino, Warm Sands, Deepwell, and the historic tennis club. Its task to take care of the creek. In furtherance of that, neighborhood public meetings were held to formulate a plan to protect and improve the creek. The sense of the meetings was communicated to a design firm, which then created the Tahquitz Creek Master Plan. The Palm Springs City Council voted unanimously to approve it, to be implemented as funds become available. The Yacht Club has since obtained nonprofit status, partly to encourage donations to that end. Since that first cleanup, the Yacht Club has organized regular cleanups. In the last many years, volunteers have joined us to pick up trash on the third Saturday of every month, both winter and summer. The city coordinates a special Saturday pickup for our filled bags, and any large objects dragged from the creek. After the COVID hiatus, we now plan to hold a welcome back cleanup on Saturday, September 18 at 8 a.m. We will and always do meet beside the now permanent Camino Real pedestrian bridge at South Riverside Drive. We provide pickup sticks, bags, and water, and this year, sanitary wipes. Some people are now making their home at and under the Palm Canyon and Sunrise bridges. They seem to be allowed to remain, but have no services, no water, or city trash removal. We do our best to remove their trash strewn nearby along the wash, but don't go under the bridges where they camp and where the greatest concentration of trash is. Please help us with this problem. See if I can say that right. Please help us with our problem. So this is the first chapter in the story of a creek and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you for that presentation. I see that there might be some questions or comments from council members. First, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. And I simply, on behalf of all of Joan's neighbors, and I am one, want to thank her and all of the other neighbors along the wash who have been so responsible over so many years in terms of their volunteer efforts. Truly, they are out there one Saturday every month with pickup sticks, bringing in an incredible amount of trash. And the thing that's always amazing is when you meet the volunteers, they have smiles on their faces from the work that they're doing and the kind of community that makes us proud to be in Palm Springs. Joan, all of your volunteers, we are in your debt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said. Any other questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Joan, and to all the volunteers, and I echo Mayor Pro Tem. I thank you very much for having pride in your city and being active in making it the best city and possible city we can live in. I can't give you enough gratitude for what you're doing. We will see what we can do to help. We are working on that right now, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all you're doing.
Thank you. Well said as well. Thank you, Joan, for all of your work. We're very, very grateful. We will help, and please do invite us, and we'd be happy to participate in cleanups as well. So thank you very much. Have a great
Thank you.
evening. Thank you, Joan. Last, but certainly not least, we have an update about the Palm Springs Fire Department's 9/11 Memorial Event. And we have our fire chief here to tell the community and invite everyone to this event.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So 2 days from today, Saturday, September 11th, marks 20 years since the tragic event where the terrorists flew planes into the World Trade Center Twin Towers and also the Pentagon, and the plane that crashed over Philadelphia because of those terrorists. And over 3,000 lives were lost. And on behalf of the Palm Springs Firefighters Association, who are committed to never forget that event, and we've had an honoring those that lost their lives every year for the past 20 years. This Saturday, they will be hosting at our Firefighter Palm Springs Memorial, 9/11 Memorial, that was dedicated in 2015 at 300 North El Cielo. The event will start, and not for the public, the community. The firefighters honor guard will lower the flag at 5:46 a.m., which was 8:46 a.m. On the East Coast when the first plane crashed into the North Tower. So we will lower the flag at that time. And then starting at 8:30 in the morning, we want to welcome the community to come to an event. It's a little bit different than we've had in the past. We've been doing it in the morning, but we would like to get more community members there as part of it. So this year, our committee, the Firefighter Association Committee, decided to do it at 9:11 a.m. So the public is welcome. Starting at 8:30, we will start promptly at 9:11. There will be a lot of events for families. They will have a food truck. They're going to be selling Palm Springs Fire Department 9/11 commemorative T-shirts. And they're going to have a bouncy house for the younger children. And all of the proceeds that the firefighters collect from the sales of the food and the T-shirts will be going to the National Fallen Firefighter Foundation in Emmitsburg, Maryland, at the National Fire Academy to support that ongoing effort for all of those families who lost their members. So we'd love to see you there. It will probably last just a little over an hour, the actual event, and then you can tour the memorial if you haven't been there as a community. And also we'll be running a video in the apparatus bay of the fire station at that same location so the community can see that day, what transpired on that day. So love to have you all there, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you to you and the Palm Springs Fire Department for your work on that event. We're looking forward to being there. So with that, that is all of our presentations. Long agenda tonight, but really important to take some time to recognize our excellent staff and community for all their work. So we will take a 5-minute recess to go back into our offices to be COVID safe, and we will re-adjourn in 5 minutes. Thank you. from recess. And our next item is acceptance of the agenda. So the City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. So I would like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. And are there any items staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion or vote? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. I would like to pull item 1AA as in Amado Alejo.
Well done. Other items that council members would like to pull? City staff, do you have any items to amend the agenda with?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. So making sure if I can, I just wanted to note a few items on this. So actually, I would like to pull item 1C as in Kauai for separate discussion, just for a staff report and to explain the difference with those items to the public. And then if I could just say, I'm very excited that the acceptance of the shade structures is going forward in our parks. Thank you to, I think Councilmember Garner was the first person who raised this before she was a council member in our Parks and Rec Commission for working on that, as well as the investments in Duluth Community Center. And I wanted to note in item 1DD, which is an approval of an amendment to the agreement with BBK or Best and Krieger, the city's legal services with our city attorney, Jeff Ballinger. I just wanted to thank him for his incredibly extremely amazing work on behalf of the city for as city attorney. And we are so grateful to you and to BBK and you as a partner for leading the city and providing really excellent legal services. So I just wanted to thank you as we do this. So with that, I will accept a motion to approve the agenda with items 1C and 1AA pulled for separate discussion.
So moved.
A second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that the City Attorney Ballinger, provide a report on the closed session.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public at home. The City Council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda. There was no action taken that is required to be reported. However, the Council is anticipated, time permitting, that we will be going back into closed session after the open session tonight. So just wanted to make the public aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. And do you expect that there would be any items when we go back into closed session that would be reportable to the public?
Do not know.
Thank you. The next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on agenda items that are non-public hearing items. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. Tonight, the City Clerk will be contacting speakers by telephone. City Clerk, if you could please begin.
Maribel Nunez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, my name is Maribel Nunez with Inland Equity Partnership. We have members in the city of Palm Springs. and I wanted to speak about item 4A, inclusionary housing program. And so we've been meeting with a lot of stakeholders, with Golden Sands, Bayanihan, with Desert Highland, a few other folks, Todec, support this the city to move forward with an economic feasible study. And so I did send out an email as well, more detailed about my public comments. And so I appreciate and really want to thank the staff and city council in moving forward the process with the different working groups, which some of us attended and gave more community input. We recommended to look over the Lincoln Institute Inclusionary Housing Report, which I know is included in the staff report. So we're very excited that that was included in the review. And we definitely want to thank the city again and the staff and taking some of our input during the meetings. And so, we want to continue with within the staff report, the fee reductions and waivers to continue moving and that be included in the inclusionary housing policy, the tote tax that could be earmarked for housing, particularly that would include short-term rentals, homebuyer assistance, the self-help housing program. We support the Desert Highland, supporting that effort as well. And the city also to revise the inclusionary zoning regulations for SROs and a few other things. But I think a lot of it we just put in our email about the Lincoln Institute report, some of the things that we like. We see a lot of successes. It has led to California being one of the largest states that has had inclusionary zoning, but affordable housing in neighborhoods is what we see very evident with inclusionary zoning, and adding in other revenue streams and tax abatement programs to make this successful. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Gretchen Gutierrez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council and city staff. Gretchen Gutierrez, CEO on behalf of the Desert Valley Builders Association. I'm addressing you this evening with regards to item 4A, the discussion concerning a proposed inclusionary housing program for the city. My comments are this, that the DVBA participated along with a number of for-profit and nonprofit developers and organizations over the last few months on a working group along with your city planning director, Flynn Fagg. You'll be hearing the full presentation on all of the work product that came out of that group a bit later on this evening, but I wanted to call to your attention right now some specific points that you do need to keep in mind as you look at and listen to that presentation. First of all, the available land that is currently designated within the city's general plan is approximately 340 total acres, of which most of those parcels are 5 acres or less as designated for housing. So that means there are limited opportunities for housing of any type to go forward within the city. Additionally, within that acreage, 40 to 45% of it is currently designated as tribal land. So that also is going to create some challenges and impediments towards the availability of creating additional housing. Should you wish to go forward with this proposal and work through the agenda item later on this evening and carry forward for further discussion, there are several other points to look at, including the recommendation for a full economic study as to the impacts this would have pro and con for the city and the cost of that study, as well as the impacts to your city staffing and what those roles would need to be played by the city staff. Lastly, I'd like to give you a brief update that as of this morning, it was reported through a meeting with Riverside County that within the next 12 months, there will be a total of over 1,000 affordable housing units being built within the city of within the Coachella Valley and the 4th District. Those do include the units that will be built at the Monarch Apartment Complex, as well as the Desert Age Project. So there are affordable housing units being currently built or getting ready to break ground in construction within the city of Palm Springs, as well as throughout the rest of the 4th District. As you have all heard me say many times in the past,
Jeffrey Bernstein, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Mayor Holstage, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, Council Members Garner and Woods, and City Manager Clifton. My name is Jeffrey Bernstein, owner of Destination PSP. I'm commenting on agenda item 4 regarding the Parkwood design standards. I was a member of the work group that developed the standards. Staff, in particular Flynn Fagg, did an excellent job in managing the process. I've seen many instances in Palm Springs and other cities where parklets have been done right. Tequila sent an example of how a parklet should look, how to work with neighbors, and how an investment can pay off. Unfortunately, we've also seen many unattractive parklets. I believe the design standards goes a long way to ensure that we have a city with parklets like Tequila and the problem parklets go away. This is not just about helping restaurants. Attractive parklets can help the city as a whole by providing a safe and attractive dining option for residents and tourists. With the pandemic still going, we need to be prepared. 2 comments to the staff report. First, while it is fair to allow restaurants until the end of the year to build revised parklets, we need to fix the problem parklets faster. Any parklet that has failed to meet a current requirement should have to remedy that immediately. Any parklet that negatively affects another business and under the new guidelines would need a waiver from the neighboring business should have to get that waiver immediately or remedy it. We cannot ask disadvantaged neighboring businesses to wait 3.5, 4 months. Second, restaurants and bars clearly have advantages that other sectors do not in being offered city property for parklets. I propose that parklet fees or other city funds be used to help other businesses. For example, Pride and other festivals charge for use of parking spaces for vendor booths. We cannot justify charging a retailer for use of the same space that restaurants were given free for a year. I ask that you reimburse businesses without parklets vendor booth fees for as long as you rent spaces to restaurants and no other businesses. The total amount is not large, and we shouldn't take anything away from events and nonprofits. I appreciate that the parklet discussion is a heated one. I thank you all for taking the time to review this, and I urge you to move forward with the recommendations in the staff report with a few additions I have suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Liz Ostich, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Liz Ostoyich. I'm a Palm Springs resident, member of the Parklet Work Group. I echo most of the things that Jeffrey had to say. We've worked very closely together, and I will tell you that you should be really proud of your staff. I know you already are, but we were so just blown away that, that staff was able to pull this together in a matter of just maybe 4 meetings. So I just really like to thank Flynn and his team, including Alex and Dawn, and the work that they did. The 2 things that really we focused on when we were trying to put this together were excellence and fairness. And I think excellence is important because we have a city brand to maintain, and we believe that what's important in terms of excellence is that kind of that, you know, silly cliche that if you build it, they will come. And I firmly believe that if we build quality parklets, not only will they be attractive and enhance the brand of the city of Palm Springs, but they will also help retailers that are next to us, and they will help the actual restaurant themselves draw more and more customers in. That kind of brings me to the issue of fairness. I think it's important really to consider that we focused on things like ADA compliance, neighbors, and as echoing what Jeffrey said, it's really important, we believe, to make sure that we're good neighbors here, because it's a synergistic community and we're all trying to work together here. So we all believe that if you're in front of an adjacent neighbor, it should only be with that neighbor's full agreeance and compliance and so forth, that they want you to be there and that they agree with you being there. We also believe that as you're looking at this, that it's going to be important to, in terms of fairness, to have time to implement, because it's going to take a little while to get through the city process. We're all going to have to reapply. And then, as you know, contractors are busy and the supply chain is diminished. And so it's going to take a little time, which is great that the city has recognized that time up until January. We also think it's important for the next few months to see what's happening with the virus, and that'll give everyone time to make sure that they want to make that $30,000+ investment in the investment of rent, which we believe is also one of those fairness issues, that appropriate rent be paid, and that those funds, as Jeffrey said, be used to offset things like retail for Pride and so forth, so that some of the other people that didn't benefit by having that property are able to benefit in the future. So,
No. Amado Salinas, the second, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Why is the 4th of July the foundation for Americanism, as are the fireworks? Francis Scott Key watched the bombing campaign unfold from aboard a British ship. After a day, the British weren't able to destroy Fort McHenry, and they gave up. That early morning, he witnessed the American flag still flying over Fort McHenry and quickly penned a few lines in a tribute to what he had witnessed, now known as the Star-Spangled Banner. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. As a union, we respect our fundamental values of justice, freedom, and democracy, which our founders imprinted in our Declaration of Independence and Constitution. Americanism is a respect for the principles and is a high priority for all veterans. Many wars have created veterans, many of whom never returned. Each time we veterans have gone to the scorched battlefields, and those of us that return find that some Americans are unclear about what Americanism is and why we celebrate the 4th of July. It is all these things that we are grateful for, or should be grateful for. The 4th of July is the uniting celebration, and all veterans, including those with the battle scars, are glad to celebrate this day because they understand why we have it and why they took the oath to protect it. And the 4th of July is America. We're all Americans. Each of us still maintain inalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Americanism is faith that justice will prevail. If we are to lose the opportunity to celebrate this day, then let it not be because of dislike for America, but because America no longer exists. The veterans here in Palm Springs are prepared every time, even those with PTS, knowing, but we celebrate the 4th of July. Removing the fireworks, this bombing, the sound, that's the celebration. That's the victory. That's the fight for our freedom. And I really wish the City Council would reflect on how important that is for all Americans and the celebration of 4th of July. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas. William Retton, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I wish to speak to item 5A regarding fireworks. I'm a 26-year homeowner here in Palm Springs. I'm also a U.S. Army Vietnam veteran, and as a vet, I am aware that some other veterans do suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, and this condition can be exacerbated by loud, unexpected noises, especially from random fireworks or simply the totality of the explosions of fireworks. I'm really asking if traditional pyrotechnic fireworks could not be replaced with more humane and environmentally responsible effects. For example, several years ago, out of the darkness of a July 4th evening, a golden retriever ran into our yard. He was exhausted, his paws were bleeding. When we got in touch with the owner, we found out that this dog, during fireworks, the dog had scaled a wall in the yard that it had never been over before, and then ran miles across town before all but collapsing at our house. And this is not only affecting pets, but also affects wildlife. There's documented cases of large bird die-offs when birds panic due to the explosions, and it's very hard on our endangered bighorn sheep. For reasons like this, I think we should look into other cutting-edge technologies, being the progressive city that we are, technologies such as laser shows and drones to achieve the desired effect, but again, in a more humane and socially responsible way, good for the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Whitton. Lauren LeBaron, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. This is Lauren LeBaron. I'm a member of the Friends of Palm Springs Animal Shelter Board, and I have a letter I'd like to read from our president, Tamara Hedges. Dear Mayor Holstead and council members, I want to thank you for your decision to cancel the fireworks display this past July 4th providing our community with safe, environmentally responsible, and humane alternatives that everyone could enjoy. The decision was not an easy one. Ending time-honored traditions is difficult both operationally and emotionally. But fireworks are a tradition that does much more harm than good and should not be continued for the sake of nostalgia. There are excellent alternatives, including quality laser light shows set to music that allow us to celebrate our national holidays with pride and pay tribute to our brave soldiers. Many of us with pets know firsthand how traumatic and terrifying fireworks are for pets. Powerful fireworks can emit sounds of 190 decibels and are louder than gunshots and some jet planes. Experts estimate that loud sounds, mainly fireworks and thunderstorms, make up 1/5 of all companion animal disappearances, which is evidenced by the high number of lost and stray pet intakes our public shelters experience every July 4th, including our Palm Springs shelter. We cannot control the weather, but we can control fireworks. Wildlife species are also traumatized by fireworks. Birds can become so frightened and disoriented that they leave their roost and fly into trees, poles, cars, and other objects, becoming severely injured or dying. Many birds who flee do not know how to return to the nest due to their erratic flight path, leaving their helpless young to die. Bighorn sheep, rabbits, coyotes, and other wildlife who call Palm Springs home are traumatized every time there is a fireworks display in our community. We have a collective responsibility to protect these species too. As you're aware, the negative impact of fireworks on air quality is well documented, as are the wildfire risks. Fireworks can also trigger PTSD in individuals who are victims of gun violence or are brave soldiers who have served in combat. This is well documented.
Lauren, your time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Starkey, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Council. I am the president of the Power Baseball Organization that has operated at Palm Springs Stadium since 2004. As all of us know, Palm Springs is a special event and tourism city. Fireworks shows are legally put on by professional businesses with city-issued permits and community notifications. This past summer, I spent virtually every night at Palm Springs Stadium talking to fans and veterans that were both unfortunately offended and saddened that the decision to cancel the 50-year plus tradition of fireworks was made. Even today, I spoke with an executive from the Springs American Legion, whose 800 plus membership was never engaged in a conversation in any way, and that he was 100% in support of events like July 4th fireworks show. July 4th has always been a free event for upwards of 10,000 people who enjoy laying on blankets, creating memories with their children and grandchildren, celebrating the freedoms that we have with the best fireworks show in the Valley. I've always been very proud to partner with the city on this event, and I don't want that to end now. An outright ban could not only damage tourism, tax revenue, but it will prevent thousands of Palm Springs residents that enjoy what should continue to be a family tradition and celebration on both Veterans Day and Independence Day. I do understand the concerns that some pet owners have voiced, but as a responsible pet owner myself and dog lover, I always make the appropriate accommodations for our family dog to limit any stress on her. That way, my family and I can enjoy the show. Please hear us tonight and do not cancel the greatest American tradition of fireworks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deborah Moses, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. I'm a resident of Palm Springs, and I have bad reactive airway disease, which always gets activated after fireworks. And when that happens, then I really suffer for a couple of days with difficulty breathing and needing to take treatments, hospital-grade treatments off the wall with a unit that I have at home with albuterol to help open up my airways. And it's just frustrating because I know that, you know, adding air pollution in this way is preventable. and it just, the bad air quality really affects my quality of life. So, I think that honoring veterans is very important, and celebrating them and celebrating the holidays. I'm not sure that I think that, Palm Springs needs to do fireworks, 6 or 7 or 8 times a year for different things. I just feel like there are other ways potentially that we could recognize our war heroes and our veterans and soldiers, and celebrate them, and do those kinds of things without the need to increase the particulates in the air, which does have health impacts on people like me. And those are my.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Moses.
Thank you so much.
Ken Age, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, I'm a resident of Palm Springs since 1975, and I'm also a veteran, and I just want to speak out on the item number 5A. And so I'm sorry, I've got you on the thing here, so I've got to turn this off. So I'm just saying that I remember in the days when I was young and I had a single mother, and all she could afford was to take me to some free events because that's all we could afford. One of the biggest times of my life was laying on a blanket, horizontal, eyes to the sky, with the oohs and the ahs of the fireworks on 4th of July. This is a memory that will stay with me forever. And I see these same kinds of memories happening at Sunrise Park on the 4th of July. It would be a shame to stop this tradition. If there's any fireworks in Palm Springs at all, it needs to be the one day of the year, July 4th. It's a wonderful celebration of America. And to quote the city's mission, actually, they say no matter where you live in Palm Springs, we hope you get to know your neighbors and take part in all that's waiting for you outside your front door. Let's just make sure that one of the opportunities is the fireworks down at Sunrise Park. The residents and visitors of Palm Springs are happy with the event at Sunrise Park and are not interested in an alternative, which was evidenced by about 150 people that attended the laser show versus the 10 to 15,000 that flocked to the park for the fireworks. I'm just saying that in a country and a state that's so divided, why would this council want to ban something that unites families and unites us all and brings us together? Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Fote, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for taking my call. And I also want to thank you for addressing the issue of fireworks. I just want to mention that cities in Italy and Europe have instigated permanent bans on fireworks, and cities up and down the West Coast are instituting bans specifically because of the fire dangers that they have. And I wanted to call your attention to the staff report, which outlines detrimental air quality issues. And we are all aware of the fire risk, but especially the sentence in the staff report that I want to call your attention to is, quote, loud fireworks, especially loud fireworks, unpredictable bangs and whizzing, explosions have been known to cause negative effects on veterans with PSD, children on the autism spectrum, survivors of gun violence, pets, and wildlife. So just take that sentence and think about that. I can't think of one action that this council or previous councils have taken that would do that much harm to that many, and just pass something that does have that kind of
Jenny, are you there? Jerry Keller, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Jerry Keller, Lulu, California Bistro. First, I want to thank Flynn and the committee for doing an excellent job developing good parklets, good guidelines that will make them attractive and maintainable, fairly expensive, but definitely very good. Also, the city, of course, is going to charge fees to build them, so that's going to be a fairly expensive proposition. Palm Springs has always been a place that welcomes visitors and residents to a happy, upbeat city, with lots of things to do and plenty of excellent dining. I think parklets will help this an awful lot. The world's changing, and parklets will be even more important in the future. We also don't know what's going to be happening with the new COVID strains and how they may affect indoor dining even more than it's already affected. This has been a pretty tough year and a half for restaurants. And in order to do these parklets and build them properly, it's going to be expensive, and do it right, and that's what we all plan to do. The key really will be that if the city can charge no more than $1 a square foot to keep parklets going, it'll become financially feasible. Any more than that, and since these parklets will only be used in season, basically that's going to be another problem. So to afford to maintain them. Also, they may not be available in 6 months or a year and a half, depending on how the state develops its own laws. Well, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment, and I can confirm that we did contact Ms. Fote again. Her comments were concluded.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you to everyone who called in. We appreciate your input and your involvement. So the next item is City Council and City Manager comments and reports. First, I'll go to the City Manager if you have any reports at this time.
I have nothing this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. Any City Council member reports? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Got a few things that I want to cover. It's been a short summer, actually, as it turned out. But the first is an announcement that I'd like to make on behalf of Find Food Bank, which is located in Indio, but serves throughout the Coachella Valley in providing food security for literally thousands of our neighbors and individuals that are in need. We are constantly surprised by the extent of the number of individuals who are food insecure, and there's nothing so humbling as to not have enough to eat. Thanks to Find Food Bank, there are so many people that have a good, healthy meal on a regular basis. They have a couple of volunteer opportunities that are coming up, two that I wanted to highlight. One is through the VISTA program of AmeriCorps. All you need to be is 18 years old, a high school graduate, in order to be able to apply to be either a VISTA member or a VISTA leader. This Find will be a host site for the second year for California's For All AmeriCorps VISTA program. VISTA members support organizations in generating volunteers and establishing new and enhanced volunteer management practices to ensure long-term viability, These two are paid positions, and they are great opportunities, particularly for our young people to get involved in an organization that could be a ladder up to so many different opportunities going forward. In addition to the paid positions, there are a number of opportunities at the Find Food Bank for individuals who can spare a few hours during their day or their week to go over and help stock the grocery bags that go out to individuals and to help stock the trucks that deliver food to various volunteer sites all across the Coachella Valley. There is a link on the city's website to these volunteer opportunities, as well as you can reach out through Find Food Bank to identify the opportunities as well. And we hope it's someone from Palm Springs that manages to take advantage of these volunteer opportunities. They're open to everyone across the Coachella Valley. Second item I wanted to talk about is I've had the pleasure of working on the Riverside County Transportation Commission representing Palm Springs, and that's given me the opportunity to be involved in trying to help others across the Coachella Valley to bring regular train service to the Coachella Valley. If you would have asked a year and a half ago, the prospects were looking very difficult. But in the last few months, things have started to move forward. And I want to just simply highlight that there are two very different tracks that we are pursuing. They are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they are complementary. One is through Amtrak, which provides rail service across the United States. There is, in the infrastructure bill that is before Congress at this moment, due to be voted on at the end of this month, $66 billion for enhanced rail service in the United States. What I think a lot of us in California lose track of is 42% of Amtrak riders are in the state of California. Our Surfrider line, our Capital Corridor line, the San Joaquin line are very, very popular programs. What is missing is a strong east-west connection. And Amtrak, if this infrastructure bill passes, is looking very, very closely at a Los Angeles to Tucson line that would be operating on a daily basis, that would be providing service, that would have one or more stops in the Coachella Valley. This is a tremendous opportunity because Amtrak, unlike commuter rail, has jurisdictional rights to privately owned rail. And the rail lines that go through the Coachella Valley are owned by the Union Pacific Railroad. Metrolink, all of the various commuter lines, they do not have the ability to take and say to Union Pacific, we want to run our trains. Amtrak has to go through processes and procedures, but ultimately Amtrak has the ability to say we want to use your lines and be able to do so. I encourage everyone to reach out to Congress and encourage them to pass this bill. The second area that we're looking at, and this received some publicity recently through the environmental impact reports that were being developed by Riverside County Transportation Commission, is for a commuter line hooking up to the Metrolink system in Southern California. Commuter lines do not, again, have jurisdictional rights. We have approached Union Pacific Railroad in multiple occasions and so far have been completely unsuccessful in convincing UP to share the track with commuter line. What is being considered is building a third rail line from Colton out to the Coachella Valley. That's over 70 miles of new rail. One, we don't have approval for that. Two, even if we had approval, we are talking many years to take and build that kind of capacity. But what is different about a commuter line is there would be more stops. And as we know from the proposal that was presented, it would have stops in Loma Linda, more than one stop in the San Gorgonio Pass, Palm Springs, Rancho Mirage, Indio, and Coachella. So something that would be running twice daily. So we're not going to stop trying to make something like that a reality. But this opportunity to work with Amtrak, if we can get the infrastructure bill passed, is simply an incredible opportunity that we have thanks to the support that we are receiving from this federal administration that we did not receive from the previous administration. Next item that I would like to talk about is something that's very specific to my district, and that is the cell tower that is under construction on Murray Canyon, on the Indian Canyons Golf Course. For everyone in the community, I will be able to tell you it is under construction. On August 27th, I saw it with my own eyes. They are digging into the ground. We're doing the work to make the connections that Southern California Edison can then come along and connect the utilities. The foundation tower was on site. The hole had not yet been dug, but we are making progress. Originally, this project was supposed to be complete by the end of August. We are now looking at a completion date probably somewhere closer to mid-October. It is frustrating and disappointing that we're not operational today, but we are moving forward. And nobody on the construction site will forget that I was there, and that our community is incredibly anxious to see that cell phone tower completed. Next item, I'm a member of the League of California Cities Board of Directors, and I'm really pleased to report that at the upcoming conference later this month in Sacramento, all of the cities in California will have an opportunity to vote on a measure that was passed at the last Board of Directors meeting that recommends going forward that the Board of Directors of the League of California Cities include a representative appointed by the African American Caucus, the LGBTQ Caucus, the Latino Caucus, the Asian Pacific Islander Caucus, and the Women's Caucus. And that proposal received overwhelming support from the Board of Directors. Lastly, I want to thank Cheryl Villegas Walker, who is currently the mayor of El Centro and has been absolutely splendid in her work encouraging Cal Cities to be a far more inclusive organization moving forward. This is something she really took on as a cause during her year as president, and I am thankful for it. On a personal note, I would like to thank Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis for her work in creating a statewide transgender advisory committee to the Lieutenant Governor, and I'm very honored to be a member of that committee, including individuals from our community across the state of California. And lastly, I want to recognize and thank the police officers who were responsible for identifying the evidence that led to the arrest of the individuals that were responsible, or the individual who was responsible for the murder of Joseph Rashi and Jennifer Dillon. They were our neighbors, they were our friends. We mourn their loss, and we thank the people who are responsible for bringing the perpetrator to justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem, and congratulations on your appointment. And thank you for representing Palm Springs at the statewide level. We're so proud to be your colleague and to support you in your work and your leadership. So congratulations. And other council comments? Councilmember Wood.
It's an honor to follow Mayor Pro Tem. She spoke eloquently of many things that I would repeat. But I think what was highlighted was the amount of work we as council members do behind the scenes for long-range planning. I think one of the issues the Councilmember Pro Tem or the Mayor Pro Tem brought up was bringing Amtrak here and the amount of work it takes dealing with RCTC and all the other agencies to make that happen. And I acknowledge not only her work, but the other council members who are all, each of us doing very different things to keep us in forward planning. I missed the first part of the meeting. I want to tell everyone again that the Boxing Club, which is a building directly across from the entrance to the airport, is now being operated by Martha's Vineyard as a homeless drop-in center. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Martha's, they have a large facility in India, and they've proven themselves to be a very good provider. If any of you want more information, you're free to email me, and my email is on the city's webpage for that. I also want to acknowledge Joan, who talked about the Tackwitz Creek Yacht Club. And other neighborhoods that are doing the same thing, such as Little Tuscany neighborhood, who did a cleanup of the open desert. I really think when neighborhoods come together and take pride in their city, this is really a wonderful, absolutely wonderful thing. And it's not all on just staff, but people being involved. Last thing I want to say is that I had the excellent opportunity, along with the Mayor Pro Tem, and our Planning Commissioner, Peter Maruzzi, to attend the Equality California Leadership Summit. And I think what that highlighted to me was the amount of work that we have done to give our population a safe place to live, work, and play. And that even in the state of California, there are many areas where we don't have those opportunities, and we still face an enormous amount of discrimination and hate. And it was very much highlighted during that of those who are confronting that out there. And it was a joy to have four of us, represent our city as a model on how to really help people live their full, realized life. And with that, I thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? So I'll do it as quickly as I can. We're on summer break. It wasn't quite a break. We had a special council meeting. We had 2 special council meetings during that time, but I just want to update the community. Thank you to everyone for your comments so far. So mostly looking forward, I wanted to announce that there is an all-mayor and tribal luncheon tomorrow by the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce. So I'll be going to represent Palm Springs and give a 5-minute update about the state of our city. The Carpenters Union, I think I have a slide here ready to go. So thank you to the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, who are lending their construction talents and expertise to the Palm Springs Animal Shelter. We are so grateful for them, who are coming this Saturday from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. To construct 2 pergolas and place AstroTurf at the Palm Springs Animal Shelter as a volunteer opportunity. And they represent more than 57,000 members in Southern California and the United States. So we're grateful for their presence in the city of Palm Springs and their leadership. And I will be joining them and picking up a hammer and doing my best to volunteer at the animal shelter. So I think I have better volunteer talent than construction. I applaud them for their skill and their expertise. A few things that are coming up. There is a Coachella Valley Association of Governments Homelessness Committee on September 15th at 10 a.m. Those meetings are open to the public. So I often see, especially on social media, almost every day, people are unaware of what we're doing regionally. Palm Springs acts as the chair of that committee as well as the chair of CVAG, and we're making excellent progress as a region on homelessness. So I encourage the community to attend those meetings and to provide public comment. On September 20th at 3:30 p.m., I'm holding my District 4 Town Hall. I've been holding a monthly town hall for my district, as well as anyone else who would like to attend. It's an Ask Me Anything situation. You submit your questions ahead of time, and we answer them with city staff responses, and then open up the floor and ask other questions. So feel free to contact City Hall if you'd like to attend those monthly meetings that are open to the entire community. On September 23rd, there's a valley-wide employment expo for people who are looking for employment, and you can learn more at desertjobexpo.com. And on September 28th at 5:30 p.m., Councilmember Kors and I are holding the Economic Development and Business Retention Subcommittee. So if you care about supporting local businesses and workers, please attend that meeting. And one last thing is I had the honor to join Labor Day celebrations with the Inland Empire Labor Council, and I just want to thank all of our workers who work every day in our city in celebrating Labor Day. So with that, we will move on in the agenda. And we promised a quick meeting tonight, and we are just getting started here at 8 p.m. So we are working on moving this quickly and thoroughly. So the next item is, pull it up. So the next item is the consent calendar. So I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without items 1C and 1AA, which are removed for separate discussion. So can we have a motion to approve and a second?
Well, so moved.
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Holstage.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. So next we will go to the items which are removed for separate discussion. So the first is item 1C, consideration of transitioning to action minutes for city council meetings. And there's a staff recommendation to authorize the city clerk to prepare action minutes for city council meetings instead of summary minutes. So city clerk or city manager, if you could just explain the difference for the public and what the public might come to expect in the minutes.
Certainly. So there's three types of minutes, generally verbatim, summary, and then action minutes. Obviously, verbatim would basically follow what council members say nearly word for word. Summary minutes, which is what we currently provide, attempt to summarize the city council's comments in a succinct manner, as well as the public's comments. And then finally, action minutes typically reflect only the actions taken by the city council. I'll note that the staff report does include guidelines for the preparation of minutes from the City Clerks Association of California. And there it's noted that action minutes are efficient, succinct, cost-effective for staff to prepare, and more appropriate aligns with the government code. The guidelines further note that all components of minutes should be for the primary purpose of memorializing decisions made by the legislative body, and any minute component that does not serve the primary purpose should be minimized or eliminated. And this includes comments made by individual council members or members of the public. And I'll note that if you read the summary minutes that we currently prepare, we do try to minimize as much as we can the individual comments made by council members and instead reflect the consensus that is typically made during the discussions. And if there is a need, we reflect basically what the discussion points were within the conversation, but without a lot of detail. And then I'll also note the former city clerk attempted to transition to action minutes in 2005 from probably verbatim minutes, and then move forward to summary minutes. At that time, it was noted that they were going to be transitioning to more online recordings of the videos and more accessibility for the public to see what transpired in its entirety. That process is completed. We have city council meeting videos going back to 2006 posted online, and of course videos are posted the next day, as well as being streamed live on the website and YouTube. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much. I think that's an important matter of transparency for our community. So thank you for explaining it to us. Are there any questions or comments for the city clerk? Seeing none, I will make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is item 1AA, approve amendment number 1 to the agreement number 8922 with Martha's Village and Kitchen for homeless daytime drop-in center and wraparound services. So there's a recommendation to approve the amendment to increase the contract amount by $137,050 for a total contract amount not to exceed $212,050 for a homeless daytime drop-in center and wraparound services. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton pulled this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I pulled this item because there has been so much conversation and debate in our community regarding opening the boxing club. And as one reads through this contract that has been developed by staff working with Martha's Village, I think they did an exceptional job in trying to address many of the issues that have arisen in the past and many of the concerns that have been raised within our community. And I simply wanted to give the city manager an opportunity to review for the public some of the highlights that are in this contract, as I think they will reassure individuals that as we move forward on the extremely difficult job of addressing homelessness in our community, that truly this is a step forward for our community, for the residents, for the businesses, and for those who are without a place to live. And with that, I'll ask the city manager to highlight what he believes is most important that's within this contract.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. There's quite a lot to cover. I'll be somewhat concise. It is available certainly online for those to review in detail. The basics were covered very well earlier by the mayor, but include 7-day service, 8 to 5. Some of the component pieces you'd see immediately, we're providing basic needs, water, cooling, snacks, laundry, indoor lockers and things like that. But more importantly, that scope also contemplates the case managers that are helping with access to housing, access to employment services, health and mental health services, legal aid, etc. There's substantial accountability built into this contract. Lots of data collection, HMIS statistics, and that are really important for us to track outcomes. Strong language for legal compliance, contact information including off-hours on-call staff. Lots of performance review and reporting back to the city so we understand how the program is performing. And then lastly, I would say that staff and the providers at Martha's have negotiated really good terms and conditions to try to improve on secondary impact. So For instance, there's dedicated security staff. That's their only job, and they're on site an hour and a half before programs commence and an hour and a half after the day is concluded. There's video camera monitoring, rules against loitering, and other things that are meant to ensure that those negative impacts are minimal and those positive impacts from all that good case management and the other aspects of the scope of work are enhanced. So very excited. Credit certainly goes to Jay Verada, our Community and Economic Development Director, for taking the lead on introducing those terms, Jeff Ballinger and the legal team, and of course, Linda Barrick and the staff at Martha's.
Thank you. And again, this is hard work, making these programs work. We're working with individuals that have had incredible issues in their lives, and helping them to recover and to get back into the mainstream of society is, for anyone who's tried this, it's very, very difficult, but it's doable. And with Martha's, we have a partner that has proven their ability to make that happen. And I'm looking forward to working with Martha's to really turn a corner in our community. Thank you. And with that, I'm happy to move the motion.
Thank you. I will second the motion. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 2A, a public hearing on the intent to the sale of real property described as a 1.7-acre site at the southwest corner of North Palm Canyon and West Stevens Road, setting a hearing date for consideration of protest, declaring such property as exempt surplus land, accepting the summary report pursuant to the Health and Safety Code, and approving the purchase and sale agreement with Aloe Palm Canyon. I'd like to ask for a staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I've got a lot of notes on this, so please bear with me. As you know, on January 14th, the City Council did approve a funding agreement for the Agave project, which is now known as the Aloe Palm Canyon. And in that agreement, the City Council committed to providing $2.8 million in financial assistance, I believe. And it was contingent upon the developer, West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, securing multifamily housing funds at the time when that application had gone out. And they have successfully secured those funds. So we're moving on to the next phase of executing or preparing to execute the disposition and development agreement, which would include all the terms and conditions for the final conveyance of the land and for the financial assistance from the city and for the performance by the developer to construct the project. But a few of the things we have to do are because the parcels that the city has control over are actually owned by separate entities. One is, and you can see this on attachment 4, page 2A56, you can see that the site actually does consist of two parcels. One is owned by the successor agency to the Palm Springs Redevelopment Agency. And this is not the corner parcel, but the parcel below it, which is to the south. Redevelopment dissolution law requires the parcel to be sold at fair market value so that the other taxing entities, such as the county, the school districts, vector control, other entities that had contributed previously to the redevelopment agency are made whole. The city's percentage was approximately 22%. So of the proceeds from that sale at fair market value, the city would receive approximately $204,000. And that fair market value is $900,000 based on an appraisal. So we also are required to approve what's in your package, the summary report for the successor agency parcel, which explains the terms and conditions of the transactions. This rule was put into place years ago when redevelopment still existed, just to make sure the transactions that were being done were transparent. So this rule is it's out there. It still exists as many cities continue to dispose of their former redevelopment agency properties. So that report is included in your package, and one of the actions is to accept that report, which has been out for public review. Notifications were published on August 28th and on September 2nd to let the public know about the availability of the report. The land, the successor agency parcel is also exempt from the Surplus Lands Act. So we wanted to point that out. That's part of the resolution that you'll be asked to approve. And the reason for the exemption is that the property is designated for sale in the redevelopment agency, the former redevelopment agency's long-range property management plan, which was a document put into place to as redevelopment agencies disposed of their assets. And so in addition, because we entered into an ENA, an exclusive negotiation agreement with the developer before December 2020, and because the purchase and sale agreement will require the sale to happen no later than December 31st, 2022, we are able to declare this exempt from the Surplus Lands Act. And of course, you will be asked to approve the purchase and sale agreement, which has the terms and conditions for the sale of the successor agency parcel at fair market value. Now, the city parcel, the second parcel to the north on the corner is owned by the city of Palm Springs. And this parcel is subject to providing the public an opportunity to protest the sale of this property, which is why we are setting a date for the next council meeting to have a public hearing, to have the public actually protest that sale. And to do that, part of the one of the resolutions you have in your package is to declare the city council's intent to sell the property and set that hearing date. The resolution is attachment 1 in your package, or page 2A-7. So if approved, staff will bring forward the disposition and development agreement for your consideration at the September 30th City Council meeting. And so at this time, staff would request you open the public hearing and consider the attached resolutions for approval. And just to let you know, the developer is in the wait room, available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jay. Are there any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, are there any speakers?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment for this item.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Is there any further discussion or additional questions from council, or is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion for approval. Is there a second?
I will second that with a comment. This is kind of the next step in realizing that we're going to have 69 affordable units for low-income seniors. That's going to be very high designed and in a prominent location on North Palm Canyon Drive. I think this is an excellent project, and I thank Jay for all the work he's done and put into this to bring this to fruition.
Well said. I echo those comments. Thank you. Any further discussion? So there's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Holstage.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 2B, a public hearing to consider a substantial amendment to the 2021 annual action plan to reallocate community development block grant funds to fund a portion of the contract services agreement with Martha's Village and Kitchen for homeless daytime drop-in and wraparound services. Can we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Department of the federal government, requires recipient jurisdictions such as the City of Palm Springs to formally approve substantial amendments, those amendments that are a change of $50,000 or greater to programs. So in this case, staff is recommending a reallocation of $90,988 of unused CDBG CV and CDBG CV3 funds to be used towards Martha's Village and Kitchen to operate the Palm Springs Access Center. It's sort of a related item to the items we just discussed from the consent calendar. Let me let you know that savings in administration costs in the amount of $60,400 represents about half of the CDBG CV3 administrative budget that we had. And please keep in mind, when we got swamped with good things because of COVID, a lot of money flowed into the city, and we had a very successful program using the CDBG CV3 dollars with Lift to Rise to provide rental assistance to individuals who may have lost their jobs or who are lower income. So that was quite successful, but apparently we didn't spend all of our administrative dollars, $60,000 there. And as you've probably heard in other cases, the CDBG administrative requirement is tedious. And as a result, probably wise nonprofits, Transgender Wellness, and Hidden Harvest actually declined the CDBG funds because the amount was relatively low and the work they would have to do to comply with the requirements was pretty high. We had also budgeted, I think, this was at one of our council meetings, to create a COVID ambassador program for $25,000. And unfortunately, this was never launched because at the same time we were launching the business assistance program to assist the businesses with $10,000 forgivable loans. So that's another amount that we're recommending be reprogrammed for use to assist homeless individuals in the city. The notice for this was published on September 2nd. And it also indicated that the resolution was available for public review. So if there's any questions, staff is happy to answer, and I believe we have a public hearing.
Thank you so much, Jay. Thank you for your work on this. Are there any questions of city staff before we open the public hearing? I'm not seeing any, so I'd like to open the public hearing. This time is set aside for the public who is invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, are there any speakers?
Madam Mayor, there's no public comments for this item.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or additional questions from council, or is there a motion?
I'll move to approve. Just one comment. I want to state that there is a lot of barriers when we're doing CDBG grants, which is why you have organizations that cannot actually use the funds because of it. So, this is just one funding source, and I'm glad that we're able to put it to good use in another way. But it just kind of goes to highlight the importance of the city doing other types of funding that don't have as many barriers, because I know both of those organizations really need the funding, but when you're weighing the costs and benefits, sometimes it just doesn't quite work out because of those reporting requirements. But this is a good use for sure.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, I'll just add thank you so much to Martha's Village and Kitchen for truly stepping up for our community, to step up with the county to provide a 24-hour, 24/7 shelter space in the city of Palm Springs, and then also to add a record speed getting this boxing club up and running. It's truly impressive, and we are proud to support you, and I'm glad we're allocating this money to Martha's Village to fund those services. So with that, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstage.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 2C, a public hearing for the conduct of a special election and introduction of an ordinance authorizing the levy of special taxes within annexation number 3 to Community Facilities District number 2007-1, Public Safety Services. Can we have a staff report, please?
Sorry about that delay. Good evening. This is Joel Montalvo, the city engineer. The City Council created Community Facilities District 2007-1 to allow the city to levy a special tax on certain properties located within the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians Reservation on Indian Alati lease property or tribal trust property, and to provide a financing mechanism to sustain the delivery of public safety services to new residential developments located on those properties. As new residential developments on Alati leased or tribal trust properties have been approved, they are conditionally approved with a requirement to annex into CFD 2007-1. CFD 2007-1 was specially established separately from the city's other Community Facilities District 2005-1 for the properties that are located in Indian and Alati or tribal trust property and cannot be annexed into the existing CFD 2005-1 due to their unique ownership status. At this time, one residential development is recommended for annexation into CFD 2007-1. That project is, this is annexation number 3, tract map number 38004, identified as The View, a residential development consisting of 46 single-family residents. Staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing and receive public testimony and any landowner protests. This is my presentation.
Thank you, Joel. So are there any questions for city staff before we open the public hearing? Not seeing any, so we will move forward in opening the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, are there any speakers?
Madam Mayor, there's no public comment for this item.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or additional questions from council? And City Clerk, we should conduct the election before or after deliberation?
The election would occur after your deliberations.
After the deliberation.
Yes. Correct.
But not before the vote. Okay.
Correct.
So are there any questions or comments from council? I'm not seeing any. So City Clerk, if you could please conduct the election.
Madam Mayor, I have a ballot. It is voted yes, and it is signed by the chairman, Jeff Gruby. So, after counting the ballots and canvassing the election, the authorized representatives of the representative landowners entitled to vote have voted yes to authorize the proposed annexations. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. And I note that we received public comment from the Agua Caliente Band of Kuya Indians from Dan Malcolm, their Director of Planning, which requested 2 changes in wording. Is that something that we can include, their recommended changes?
Madam Mayor, we will note those changes in the staff report as part of the record for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. City Clerk, do you need to read the ordinance title?
Yes, thank you. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, authorizing the levy of special taxes in Community Facilities District, including certain annexation territory identified as annexation number 3, view track map number 38004 into Community Facilities District number 2007-1 Public Safety Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. So the next item is, we don't have any legislative items, so we are moving to unfinished business. The next item is 4A, discussion regarding an inclusionary housing program. Can we have a staff report, please?
Madam Mayor and members of council, as you may recall, you received an initial report on inclusionary ordinances back in April of this year. Based on your comments and directions, staff assembled a work group to begin discussing the issue in earnest and to do some additional studying of the issue. The work group included members of the production builder community, Ms. Gretchen Gutierrez from the Desert Valley Builders Association, as well as Dennis Cunningham and Ernie Vincent of PS Modern Homes. We also had represented on the work group those that work in the affordable housing industry, including Taylor Leibel Varner, formerly of Lift to Rise, and also Kenneth Rogers from the Coachella Valley Housing Coalition. And in addition, we were joined by Lori Alayan of the City of Palm Springs Planning Commission. We opened the meetings of the work group to the public. As you heard in testimony, Maribel Nunez from the Inland Equity Partnership also participated in those meetings, as well as Deidre Crawford from the Desert Highland Gateway neighborhood organization, offered input and suggestions in terms of the report that we're providing to you this evening. And just wanted to thank all the members and members of the public who participated in the work group meetings. In terms of the general requirements of an inclusionary housing ordinance, typically they require that a percentage of new housing units be set aside for both low and moderate income households. The percentage of set-aside units varies from community to community. Typically, it's between 5% to 25%, and programs typically include options for construction of affordable units either off-site or the payment of an in lieu fee that goes into a general fund for the construction of affordable units. One of the things to understand about the adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance is it does require staffing to administer the program, and even more importantly, to provide monitoring of the units that are created under the program. It's important that as we construct affordable units, that we guarantee or that we maintain the affordable units, and that's done by working directly with either the property owners and management companies that are responsible for those units to guarantee that they remain affordable and that they are offered to those who qualify for them. So I just want you to be aware that there is an added staffing cost with the adoption of an inclusionary program. Some of the smaller communities that we surveyed contract out those services, but one way or another, we need to maintain the affordable units. One of the questions that came up in our work group meetings is how many affordable units could actually be built under such a program. It's important to take a look at what would the success of the program be. And so there's a number of factors that we looked at. Number one, the inclusionary ordinance typically would not be retroactive, and so it would only apply to new developments and any existing developments, including some of the larger ones that we have in the community, such as Ascena or Miralon, would be excluded from the ordinance. Also, we need to take into consider the average number of units that we construct in a year. If you look at an inclusionary ordinance as a percentage of the total number of units that are built, that gives you an idea of how many units could be developed under the program. And then third, you also need to look at our available land that we have available for housing development. As was stated in public testimony earlier, citing the report, we have approximately 370 acres of undeveloped residential land in the city. But one of the critical factors to look at is that the majority of those parcels are 5 acres or less. And so those become less desirable in terms of production building. And so it does create some challenges in maintaining the average number of units that we've been building in past years as we look about going forward. Also, quite a number of those parcels are on allotted trust land. As you look at Section 14, for example, a lot of those undeveloped parcels have remained undeveloped for quite some period of time. And so that's something to take into consideration as we forecast into the future in terms of how many units could be built. So that's an important consideration, is we can adopt an ordinance, but the question is how effective would it be? And so it does require some degree of looking ahead to determine that. Also, the work group looked at the impacts of adopting an inclusionary ordinance, and these are some of the issues that come up. As reported in our staff analysis, there are a number of studies that we looked at, and the studies don't always agree on what those impacts are. But here are some of the common factors that we see. Number one, there are added costs to the market builders in terms of an inclusionary ordinance and building inclusionary units or paying an in lieu fee. This has an impact on housing costs and possibly the rate of production and also the supply of housing that's available, which can impact housing costs, and so we need to be mindful of that. Another issue for consideration is that no other cities in the Coachella Valley have an inclusionary ordinance. And so this may put Palm Springs at a disadvantage in that if the costs of building rise in Palm Springs based on an inclusionary ordinance, but not in other cities, then builders may look to other cities for future building opportunities. And so we need to be very cautious in terms of looking at the issues of adoption of an inclusionary ordinance. In terms of ways to offset those impacts, there's a number of incentives that can be offered. Number one is looking at waivers of development standards, reducing setbacks, increasing lot coverage, increasing height. Those are some of the ways to offset the impacts of an ordinance. We can also look at density bonuses, and the city has already adopted a density bonus ordinance, so we have that available to offset the impacts. Another thing that we could look at is expedited entitlements and permitting. Those are two things that by saving builders time, we also save them money to address any additional costs of affordable units. In lieu fee payments are one of the things that the production building industry recommends as being able to offset those costs. So being able to pay in lieu fees instead of developing units on site is helpful. And then programs such as SCIP financing, the state community infrastructure program, is another way to defer some of those costs related to the production of affordable units. In the staff report, we list alternatives to an inclusionary ordinance. I would say that with the exception of the first bullet point here on this slide, these are things that aren't necessarily alternatives, but could be done in conjunction with an inclusionary ordinance. And so something to keep in mind. The first alternative is truly an alternative, and that's by having a voluntary affordable housing program. The way that you do that is by offering incentives for those who choose to build affordable units. The other things are things that could supplement an inclusionary ordinance. That is through fee reductions and waivers of permitting costs. The city in 2019 adopted a program for fee reductions and waivers of fees for the development of multifamily and affordable housing. So we already have that in place, and that's an excellent thing that the city has done to encourage affordable housing. Density bonuses, as I've already mentioned, we have an ordinance already in place. Another thing to take into consideration is a commercial linkage program, which is essentially a fee that's paid for new commercial businesses as they come in. The justification for that is with additional jobs that are coming into the community, there's a need for additional housing and typically affordable housing. However, as we consider that, we need to think about what is the impact on economic development in our community, and does that encourage businesses to go elsewhere? So typically, a nexus study is done to help determine what the impacts of that would be. Another thing that was investigated by the work group is the potential for increasing the transient occupancy tax to help fund affordable housing. In the report, we cite two communities in the state of California have done that. This also comes with a caveat that it is somewhat difficult and a lengthy process to go through, but something to examine as we move forward. One of the other things that was recommended as both an alternative or in addition to an inclusionary ordinance is for the city to develop homebuyer assistance programs or self-help programs. This is something that we heard in the recent general plan meetings related to the housing element, and also something that was brought forward to the work group, and something that the city should consider. The next thing is an enhanced infrastructure financing district as a tool to help with the construction of affordable housing. This is similar to a tax increment financing program, and it offers funding for affordable units. City of West Sacramento, which is one of the cities that we contacted to discuss their affordable housing program, was the first to implement this to assist them in the development of affordable units. And then finally, one of the things that we would also recommend is looking at revising or eliminating exclusionary zoning. And exclusionary zoning is zoning that eliminates certain types of housing. What we cite in our staff report is there is no provision made for SROs or single room occupancy housing in the city of Palm Springs. That's something that we could look at relative to our zoning ordinance. Also, we don't really have any provisions for tiny houses, which are an affordable option for home buyers. And so that's something else that we could look at in terms of exclusionary zoning, amending our zoning code to allow those two housing types. In terms of how we move forward, here is what staff might recommend is, number one, looking at an economic feasibility study to study the costs of an inclusionary housing program. And so we would recommend that first and foremost. If there's any interest in looking at a commercial linkage program or a commercial linkage fee, what I would recommend is that we do a nexus study, which is very similar to an economic feasibility study, but one that would look at specifically the impact of commercial businesses. One of the other things I might recommend in future actions of the city is to work with the other jurisdictions in the Coachella Valley to look at a regional affordable housing program so that not any one community is put at a disadvantage in their pursuit of affordable housing. And then finally, to pursue the development of alternatives, and that would be those bullet points that I cited on the previous slide, and look at developing those and implementing those items. Madam Mayor, that concludes my staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have and look for the direction of council in terms of our next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Flynn, for that very thorough staff report and your incredible work on this item, for bringing it forward quickly and working with the working group. As you heard, people commented that they thought you did a great job shepherding this along. So thank you for your work. Are there questions or comments from council members? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I probably should have a number of questions, but this was such a well-written report, and I really would like to thank Flynn and the team for putting together a really diverse and very helpful collection of articles on inclusionary housing from a number of different perspectives. It was something that was good to read. So I'm supportive of all of the next steps that Flynn outlined. I would like to add to that I was incredibly impressed with the consulting team that Flynn brought together. Lori Alayan, Dennis Cunningham, Gretchen Gutierrez, Taylor Lebo Varner, and Kenneth Rogers, just some individuals with incredible experience, talent, and diversity of experience and point of view. And I don't want to let them get away without going further in terms of trying to identify for us collectively, as best they can, some options for the Planning Commission, for the City Council to be reviewing and considering. These are individuals that, to the extent that they can come together on some ideas, I start getting enthusiastic that we could make something happen. I think we need to be very cognizant of how little construction of new homes have taken place within our community over the last many years, and step back and try to identify what are all of the roadblocks that exist for the construction of new housing across the economic spectrum, so that we can take advantage of the talent of our commercial builders to get more housing, and to get more housing that's affordable. At the last time that we talked about this, I did mention, and I will repeat it again, I think there's potential in our city, given the limitations of the size of some of our lots that are available, for us to take better advantage of mobile home development to create affordable housing. I had an opportunity to tour a number of the mobile home communities that are within Palm Springs, and they're truly good places to live that create affordability in our communities, and sometimes right in the heart of some of our wealthier communities. And these are great neighbor opportunities. I was also, as I was reading through the report, reminded of self-help homes that Mayor Holstage and I had an opportunity to tour back in 2017 in Desert Hot Springs. Some self-help homes that the Coachella Valley Housing Coalition had brought to fruition. If there's any way that we in our city can help move this kind of housing forward, it is an absolutely outstanding opportunity for working families to move into really good quality homes, neighborhoods, and communities. So inclusionary housing, I think, has a role in the future in Palm Springs. I do not believe it is a silver bullet that is going to solve all of the issues that we have when it comes to affordable housing. And it's how do we use this tool most effectively where we can use it? How do we make more homes to be built within our community? The last thing I will say is, given the shortage that we have of buildable land, one of the difficult parts moving forward is we're going to have to address the question of density and of height, and what we are willing to accept in order to be able to have a community that truly does create housing for individuals across the economic spectrum that's inclusionary. And we just do not have enough land to be able to believe that we can do in this part of the 21st century what was done in the 1950s and 1960s when there was bare land everywhere to build on. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comments? Councilmember Woods and then Councilmember Garner.
I want to thank the work group and the planning department for all they did to put this extensive staff report together. It was a couple nights of midnight reading on some of the attachments that went onto it. And I like the recommendations and the conclusion that the staff report came to. I'm particularly interested in running an economic feasibility study, not only on inclusionary housing, but on the alternatives that were mentioned, because I'm not sure which way is going to be most economically feasible given the amount of land that we have to develop. And maybe it's a combination of things that are in the alternatives that will give us a better outcome. I'm very interested in goals and outcomes, and that outcome of that would be, what does it take to get money or to get a developer or to get us or to get the region to build affordable housing? When we look at that, I do have a little bit of a concern that one of the alternatives was TOT tax. If we go that route, and that route should be analyzed, that we still remain competitive, that we don't knock ourselves out of the ballpark with that. I do like the idea, too, of researching a regional approach to this. If we can't do it within ourselves, is there a regional approach that we may want to collaborate with the rest of the valley or CDAG? And what might that look like in a study? I think we need to buffer and highlight many of the existing home buyer programs and assistance programs that are out there that we're not even utilizing at this point. So maybe one of the economic feasibility is to start using those type of things. But and I really do believe that tiny homes and elderly SROs and all of that are another option for us to achieve affordable housing. So I guess in conclusion, I would like to see an economic feasibility study done that include not only inclusionary, which was highlighted in the staff report, but many of the alternatives as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Woods. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues regarding moving forward with this process and looking at a variety of options. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure we have more housing across the income spectrum, like Mayor Pro Tem said. And so whatever is going to get us that housing the fastest is what I want us to move forward on. And it sounds like we all agree on that. I think inclusionary zoning is definitely the long-term goal. And I am heartened to hear that in Northern California, there's a lot more of it because there is that regional, grouping of cities making sure that they're moving forward with it. So if we can do that by speaking with our colleagues across the valley and throughout Riverside County, I think that would be really beneficial for us. In terms of the mobile homes that Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, I'm also very interested in not just the mobile homes in the traditional way that we're seeing them now, but also modular buildings, which I'm sure, yeah, you're nodding, so I think you know that part too. But we're hearing a lot more about modular buildings that are windproof and fireproof, and have a sort of fascia that goes on them, so it looks like a stick build, but it's actually made out of different, stronger material, and in sometimes can be considerably cheaper than traditional building. So I think that's a great option for us to consider, especially when we're looking at the possibility of doing infill homes in the northern part of our city. I know the Desert Highlands Gateway Estates neighborhood wrote into us about the self-help and the deed restrictions that have gone in that neighborhood. And that would be a great place to to research the possibility of using these other materials for that process that could be better suited for an area that has more wind. But also it's a technique and building supplies that are new to the industry. So there's an opportunity there to work with the Carpenters Union, for instance, to actually get those built, to get the community looped in. There's job opportunities there, training opportunities. So I think that there's just a lot here that we can do to benefit the community, and not just with homes, but with jobs. The other thing is I really want us to look at the possible fees for commercial and TOT, as well as building in commercial centers. I lived in Washington, D.C. for many years, and one of the things I miss the most is just how walkable that city is. And if we start to build homes within our commercial centers, not necessarily homes, but apartments and things, condos, you get that feel, you get that opportunity to create a city that allows for people to not have cars if they don't want to. It does end up encouraging the bus routes to come more frequently. And there's a lot here. I'd also still really like to look into how we can encourage our existing developments to have a variety of price points. The Miralon project is supposed to be almost 1,000 homes when it's finished. It's just getting started. How do we get Miralon on board to want to do different price points? I understand we can't we can't make them do it, but how do we make them want to do it? And that same goes for all of the other projects that are already in progress but have not secured builders for the remaining lots. And one thing that I'm not sure was mentioned or not was just being a silent second, the city doing a silent second program with mortgages to assist. One thing I noticed recently, I went to the Riverside County's website to see what their first-time home buyer program was to get assistance there. And I found out that I didn't qualify because for one person to qualify to purchase a home, you have to make, I think it was like $60,000 a year or less. But if you make $60,000 a year or less in Palm Springs, you can't afford to buy a home because the prices are so high. So, we have these gaps with people who maybe make, $65,000 to $90,000 a year in that range, who maybe could buy a condo, but they still need assistance. So we want to also think about those groups too, because there's people who are living in units that could open up for someone else, and they could move into something that was somewhere where they could pay a little bit more. So I think that this is a priority for me. It sounds like it is for most of us or all of us. And I'm really excited just about this prospect moving forward and the opportunities that this Nexus study can show us and really guide us to the future of housing in Palm Springs.
Thank you. I agree with all the comments that have been said. So I agree with the comments that we really need to consider all the alternatives that staff presented, as well as that we received in public comment, especially by neighborhoods and organizers who are most affected. And, you know, it's hard because an inclusionary ordinance isn't going to solve the housing crisis in Palm Springs. It's one tool, but we need an entire toolbox of bold strategies, and we need them urgently. I mean, we're so deep in the hole of the housing crisis because of decades of land use policies and exclusion. It's really hard to dig ourselves out of it. And so I know that I'm hearing that this is obviously it's a council priority. And I think when we do our council visioning session, I expect this will be at the top of the list. Housing and homelessness, it's always at the top of our residents list as their main issues too. And the cost of housing in the city has skyrocketed in the last 5 years, and it's unattainable for almost everyone, really. And so we have a huge problem that we're facing, and it's only going to get worse. So I think that we need to do all the things yesterday. We need all of those alternatives. We need all of those programs. And so for me, I think the priority and the most important thing is getting a revenue stream into our housing fund, because we haven't had that for years, and still the state, expects us to be building affordable housing when we just don't have that revenue source and an income stream to fund these projects. And we've been successful in doing that through the $10 million and through other sources. But I very much agree that I'd like to see an analysis of a commercial linkage program, but it has been my dream to look at a TOT increase or a TOT set aside for a housing fund. And I think that's really important because all of these housing, they have impacts on, short-term rentals, hotels, all of those, homes require jobs, require people to live and work in Palm Springs, and we have to compensate for that. So I think that there's a strong nexus there, but I think that we should do, a nexus study to analyze the different options. If you'll remember, CVAG was considering proposing state legislation to increase sales tax for this purpose, to create some sort of housing fund regionally. And at least we heard and relayed that in the city of Palm Springs, we already have such a high sales tax that might not be the best solution for a region, especially for our city. And we heard from merchants. So, and it's progressive to rely on sales tax. So I think that if we look at TOT revenue and we actually commit some of that to housing, we'll then have funding to fund these projects and spur them. And, we've taken bold action. We've put up city land for projects. We've gotten some developments that way, but I think we could do we need to be doing as much as possible to make sure that people can afford to live in Palm Springs. And frankly, that people like Grace and I aren't pushed out, because it really is unattainable for young people and families and working people. So with that, I agree with the alternatives, assessing those. I agree with my colleagues on pursuing staff's next steps with one addition to also include, and it says nexus study to evaluate commercial linkage program, but I'd also like us to consider a TOT revenue stream of some sort along with that. And then I know Maribel Nunez called in. I know Desert Highlands leaders submitted feedback, which we've been hearing for decades, that people want home buyer assistance and self-help and access to mobile homes and buying opportunities. So I very much support moving forward in that and investing in those programs and including their feedback in staff's analysis and next steps. So this is a discussion and to provide direction to staff. Oh, I see there's other comments. Councilmember Woods.
Thank you. Sorry, my mouse didn't work. I just wanted to add, I think that in looking at the alternatives, again, I want to express goals and outcomes, which I think we're all on the same page about, is to look at partnerships. I think we've done some partnerships that we're in the middle of right now that have been very successful and have some in the past. It also might be helpful to have an inventory of what we have. I don't know if we have that, and I know we have RENA numbers for what we have to achieve, but what do we have? How many apartment units do we have? What is the basic rent of those units? Where do we stand? I'm not clear on that, and might help us in the overall understanding of what we need to achieve. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
City staff.
Madam Mayor, we've taken down all of your comments and we'll work on the next steps as we've identified them. And also in terms of the last question from Councilmember Woods, we do have an inventory of affordable units that we currently have in the city, and we'll make that information available to the City Council. And also that information is captured in our updated housing element. So to a certain degree, we have some of that information there as well, but more than happy to provide that to the council. So with that, we thank you for your comments and we'll go ahead and pursue the next steps.
Thank you, Flynn. Any other comments from council members before we take a break before the next item? Seeing none, we will go ahead and move into recess for 10 minutes to take a break, and then we will come back and do item 4B. So we will come back from recess and move to item 4B, which is a discussion of the Parklet program and adoption of design guidelines for Parklets. Can we have a staff report, please?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, did you want to do public comment since it's 9 o'clock?
That's why I hesitated, but I was wondering if we could get another business item done before we do public comment. Do you have a recommendation, City Clerk?
We have 6 comments, and I would just say that parklets might take some time.
Okay, let's do public comment. Thank you. So we'll wait to do item 4B, and we will do public comment on non-agenda items. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although the City Council values your comments pursuant to the Brown Act, it generally cannot take any action on items not listed on the agenda. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. City Clerk, if you could please begin contacting speakers by telephone.
Angel De La Torre, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm the owner of La Perlita Mexican restaurant in Palm Springs. And I think this requirement of asking for them a vaccine before they come into the dining room is hurting my business. I counted one single day, the whole day, 9 parties couldn't come in because either one member of the family or 2 or whatever, they didn't have the vaccine, so I'm losing a lot of business with this. The thing is that I don't think we're going to be able to survive all the restaurants, but we have to apply, we have to go by the rules, I understand that. My concern is that only restaurants are the ones suffering from this. Walmart, let's say perhaps like Walmart, the people come in without them requesting, nobody requests a vaccine, and people are, it's packed with people and people are around touching a lot of things, and to me, I think that's more dangerous than a restaurant, because in a restaurant, people come in, they sit down, we control people when full service restaurants. And that's just my point. I mean, I was just wondering if also in the future, or is AstraZeneca good with so people can provide AstraZeneca also, because this is a town with a lot of visitors, and Europeans and most countries out of the United States, they have AstraZeneca. I was wondering if that's good for restaurants. That's complies with the law.
Mr. De La Torre, your time has passed.
Yes, go ahead. I think this is all my comment. That's all I need to do. So I want to thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Vanessa Bravo, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
All right. Well, my name is Vanessa. As what was already said, I'm a part of the Desert Hot Springs Community Cleanup Committee. I know that's a big old mouthful, but that's what we're called. And the reason why I wanted to speak today was because one of our last recent events that we had, which was around, August, let's say 24th, somewhere around there. I had a resident message me that lives in Northern Palm Springs on Thumb Drive. And they were pretty much telling me how in front of their home, there's like abandoned refrigerators, there's all kinds of home appliances and some tires. So long story short, since that's out of Desert Hot Springs jurisdiction, I was really hoping maybe we might be able to partner up to possibly do a future cleanup project at that site. I don't know if you guys might be interested in doing so.
Okay, does that conclude your comments?
Yeah, that's pretty much about it. I just wanted to propose the idea of having a cleanup project working alongside with Palm Springs.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. David Schreiner, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, yes. I'd like to say that I'm totally for the vaccine required for restaurant and bars. I would actually encourage moving forward with possibly all businesses in Palm Springs. I don't think COVID knows if you're in a bar or if you're in a gift shop, I'm pretty sure. And the other thing I had that might help, I felt, for instance, I'm vaccinated, and I think everyone should be, but if I go to IHOP, which I know people who work there, and, if I wear a mask, for instance, and I go into a business that requires only masks worn, the employees are wearing the mask. And I also know it's a fact that wearing a mask while you're vaccinated gives you an extra layer of protection that someone who is not vaccinated but just has a mask on would not have. And as an example, if I'm required to go to IHOP in Palm Springs with a vaccination and I'm being served by people who aren't vaccinated, mask or not, that's not an even playing field. So I think I'm urging you guys to pass the businesses to be vaccinated, their employees. They're serving people and they're at a bar or a restaurant where not all of them are vaccinated. For instance, IHOP, they are not. And I'm supposed to be vaccinated and served by someone who isn't. And if you guys might be concerned with any of the, government lawsuits on that or city lawsuits because you're representing a government, even though it hasn't come to this yet, feel free to impose any restrictions on that because there was a ruling by Supreme Court Justice Marshall in 1905 that ruled the government can slightly infringe on your rights.
Mr. Schreiner, your time is over.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment. We did try to reach Claire Rogers and William Rachel, but we were unsuccessful, and Anthony Hoskins withdrew his comments. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you for ensuring we did that at a reasonable hour. So now we will do item 4B, a discussion of the Parklet program. Can we have a staff report, please?
Madam Mayor and members of council, as you'll recall, in June and July, we discussed the issues of parklets and talked about additional measures. One of the directions that we received from council was to proceed with the adoption of design guidelines for parklets. So just like the previous item, I worked with a work group to develop those guidelines. I would like to thank Jeffrey Bernstein, Rob Gasecki, Dean Levine, Elizabeth Ostoyich, and then Dan Thompson and Tom Dosey from our Architectural Review Committee who served on that work group, as well as we had representatives from Main Street, other restaurant owners who attended those meetings and offered suggestions and comments. And so we appreciate everyone who helped us with this effort. In terms of the design guidelines, we've got copies of those in your packet. They do address the construction of the parklets, safety requirements for the parklets, colors, materials, They discuss shading, using umbrellas as the preferred method of shading the parklets, as they are least likely to block the views of adjacent businesses. There's also requirements relative to furniture. We do encourage the use of plant materials with a list of proposed materials. And then the guidelines also address lighting, misting systems, and signage for parklets. In terms of the approval process under the new design guidelines, we would require anyone wishing to continue the use of a parklet to file a new land use permit application. In terms of the process, the applications that conform to the design guidelines would be approved by staff. We would consult with members of an architectural review committee subcommittee in reviewing those applications and making sure that they conform to the design guidelines. We've designed this process for a relatively quick turnaround so that we can review the applications quickly and get the applicants under construction with their parklets. In discussing the design guidelines, the work group did identify two situations where it may require additional scrutiny and review, and those are for the following. Number one, if someone were to propose a permanent overhead shade structure for the parklet, it's suggested that that would require a waiver. And then secondly, in certain situations, it may be necessary to extend in front of an adjacent business. And so the process that we've set up for those situations is, number one, both situations would require the city to provide notice to property owners and businesses within 150 lineal feet of the proposed parklet in either direction. Those that may be blocked by a shade structure or where the parklet might extend in front of their business. And then secondly, where it does extend in front of an adjacent business, they would need the approval of the property owner and business owner in order to do that. So those two requirements would need to be met for a waiver. In reviewing the waivers, those would be done by the Architectural Review Committee at a public meeting. So that would give members of the public the opportunity to offer comment on the proposed parklet and waiver. In terms of allowing the parklet to extend in front of an adjacent business, we did discuss this thoroughly. There are a couple of situations where that may be necessary. We do have one business, Workshop Kitchen, where the restaurant does not actually have street frontage. And so in order to provide outdoor dining, they did get approval from the businesses in front of them on the street in order to construct their parklet. So while it's a limited situation, it is necessary to provide that waiver based on those types of conditions. Another thing that was discussed in the work group was trying to address the concerns that were raised relative to the appearance of parklets when they're not actively being used. As you'll recall, at our previous City Council discussions, we discussed requiring a minimum number of hours per day and per week. What the work group is recommending is, rather than identifying the number of days per week, going with an average number of hours per week. And so what they're recommending is during the winter period, 36 hours per week minimum, and then during the summer period, 24 hours per week minimum. Not only does the work group recommend minimum number of hours, but also how the parklets appear during the operating hours and during the non-operational hours. So during the hours that the business is open, the parklet must be set up. So the tables and chairs must be set up, umbrellas, and ready to serve patrons. In the non-operational hours, when the business is closed, chairs and tables and umbrellas may remain in the parklet area. No other items would be allowed to be stored in the parklet area. One of the concerns was with the stacking and securing of chairs, that businesses do need to be able to chain their chairs up so that they're not stolen. But what the work group has recommended is that the chairs could only be stacked and chained for a maximum of 12 hours per day. And so these operational requirements were suggested by the work group as a way to address the appearance of parklets. And when they're set up and appear to be available for the public, it's the opinion of staff and the work group that this will address the concerns of the aesthetics of the parklets when they're not being actively used. Another item that we will need direction from council on is relative to the fee for parklet use. As you may recall, staff had looked at the average cost of ground leases as well as looking at rental rates on Palm Canyon, and what we had proposed to you in July was a cost of $1.50 a square foot. At that council discussion, it was suggested that perhaps $3 to $4 per square foot might be more appropriate. One of the things I've done is provided in your staff report a table showing what the different rates would be based on the square footage of a parklet. And I've given you 3 different sizes. Small parklets, which would be about 8 feet wide by 30 feet in length. We have a few of these. Most of our parklets are within the medium category, so about 480 to 500 square feet in area. And then large parklets, we have a small handful of these that come into the larger range of about 13 to 1,500 square feet in area. So this gives you an idea, looking at the different rates, $1.50 being proposed by staff, up to $4 per square foot that was discussed by council. In the staff report, I also give you comparisons that Mr. Verada had found for us relative to the rental rates for parking spaces in both San Francisco and New York. So we have all of those numbers in the table for comparison. And as you can see, there's quite a difference there based on the square footage of the parklet. So one of the things we're asking you for this evening is direction on what the fee should be for the parklet use. Next, the implementation schedule is something that we will need direction from City Council. What we are proposing in the staff report is that for those business owners that want to continue the parklet use, we would give them until the end of December of this year to submit their applications, gain approval of the parklet design, and then reconfigure their parklet. For those that don't intend to continue the parklet use, we would give them until the end of the year to remove the parklet. In the interim, they would be subject to the operational standards in terms of the minimum number of hours per week that they need to operate the parklet, and the appearance in terms of having the parklet set up and ready and available during all hours that the business is open, as well as how the parklet is to appear when the business is closed. And so that is what we are proposing in terms of an implementation schedule. In addition to determining the fee, we would also like council to provide direction in terms of when you would like us to implement that fee. If that's something that should be implemented once the parklet owner gains approval and constructs the parklet, if you'd like it to start at the first of the new year, or when you would like that fee to start. There are some additional issues that we had discussed with you in June and July. One of those was relative to some of the street and traffic issues. First of all, with Arenas Road between Indian Canyon and Palm Canyon, that was reopened to the public on September the 1st. We do appreciate the efforts of those adjacent businesses to either remove or reconfigure their parklet so that street could be reopened. With South Palm Canyon in the area between Tockwitz Canyon and Baristo, it is down to 2 lanes of traffic. We're proposing that that be reopened to 3 lanes of traffic once the parklet owners who are going to retain their parklets reconfigure those designs. And so we anticipate that happening over the next several months, that we would be able to reopen that once those parklets are reconfigured. Another thing that we looked at was the availability of on-street parking, taking into consideration that parklets do eliminate some of our on-street parking spaces. Engineering division staff looked at a portion of our downtown area and tried to determine if by simply restriping some of our areas, if that could result in additional parking spaces. And so based on their study, that would result in approximately 7 net new additional parking spaces. And so that's something that staff could implement over the next couple of months. Also, we met with the Department of Special Program Compliance, who is over parking enforcement. They are currently working on an employee parking permit program for the downtown area. They're also examining time limits for our on-street parking spaces and our public parking lots, and intend to bring back a program for City Council approval before the end of the year. So you will see that coming before you here in the next couple of months. Another issue that we discussed was wayfinding to parking spaces. I provided in your packet a master sign plan that was developed by Best Signs for the city, and it's primarily focused on getting members of the public to the city parking garage off of Museum Drive. What I would recommend is that we look at a more comprehensive program that addresses not only the parking garage, but also all public lots in the downtown area. I do give you a cost for that under the fiscal analysis, but I'd recommend that we go beyond just looking at ways to get people to the underground garage, but also look at a comprehensive program at some point in the future. One of the other things to take into consideration is that there is state legislation that's underway that addresses parklets. There's SB 314, which would allow a 1-year extension of the temporary catering authorizations that have been issued by ABC for alcohol service in parklets. This is really necessary for the continuation of our parklet program. The bill has been through the Assembly and through the Senate. It's been forwarded to the governor for signatures, but if it's not signed by the governor, it will impact our parklet operations. So just wanted to make you aware of that. And what that does is it impacts alcohol service in the parklet areas. So Mayor and Council, that concludes my staff report to you. Again, we do need some direction from you. Number one is relative to the fee for the parklet use, and then number two is relative to the implementation schedule. So with that, that concludes my staff report. I'm happy to take your comments. One of the things that I would mention as we talk about the implementation schedule, and I forgot to mention this earlier, is that you did receive under public comment written correspondence from several of our work group members talking about the implementation schedule. What they had recommended to you is looking at a January 1st implementation date, allowing existing parklets to continue to that date, and then those who wish to continue after the first of the year would then go through the process starting on January 1st to get their parklets permitted and to gain approval and construction of those parklets. So I would just point that out as one of the things that was sent to you in public comment, and again, looking for your direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Flynn, for all of your work on this. We know it's been a lot, and there's been a lot of community conversations. So thank you again for shepherding this and presenting such a thorough report and recommendations to council. Are there comments from council members? I might look to Councilmember Woods, who has been leading this effort. You're muted, Councilmember Woods.
I want to thank the work group as well as planning staff again for an excellent report, bringing in criteria that other cities used and just really outlining the issue very concisely. The time and effort is appreciated by everybody in the community on this. First of all, I want to say I think we need to continue to support Senate Bill 314. And I think we've written a letter. Maybe we need to write another letter as it goes through the Assembly, just to reassure our support of allowing alcohol and food to be served in the public right-of-way during the pandemic for the next year. So just a couple of comments and questions. The first is some of the parklets have also used, sidewalk dining in conjunction with the parklet, which in some cases has reduced the width of the sidewalk. And so as we go through the parklet program, although this is just related to parklets, I think we need to revisit kind of sidewalk dining, because in some of our sidewalk dining, we also have, some people have constructed shade structures and whatnot that won't even meet the parklet standards. So we might want to look at that. We might want to, although it may be in the land use permit, just to reinforce in here that there will be cleaning standards, especially if you raise the base off the street. There is a place between the street and the base for debris to collect, and that can collect rodents and cockroaches and things of that nature. So there really should be some sort of a cleaning standard that we end up having with it. And I'm not sure how we're going to enforce it, but maybe how do we enforce if somebody doesn't do it? I know it's through code enforcement, but maybe just an understanding of enforcement. And the signage program, something that I worked on with staff a year ago, and I know it's been in the works. I think it's great. I think a comprehensive signage program is excellent. Maybe it's part of our visioning and our priority setting that we're coming up with so that something can be done and we can put it as a priority to happen. The last two things we need to talk about, I think, as a group is the implementation and timing. Is that we've got some requests that sooner is better than later. And do we need to wait till January 1st? And then the last one is that I think we want to discuss amongst us is really the fee. And I'm leaning towards the middle of the gradient that was provided to us in the table on page 4B-4. So with that, I'll leave my comments. I think the idea is fantastic. I really appreciate everything that's gone into it. I think during the pandemic, this is going to be an absolute asset to our city and to our economy. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other council comments? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm not going to repeat everything that Councilmember Wood said. He said it very well and didn't say anything that I disagree with. I commend the group for moving forward. And I'm really glad that Councilmember Woods raised the issue of cleaning. Maintenance is absolutely essential to keeping these working well. When it comes to the schedule, I am open to something that would begin January 1st. I don't want us to rush into this again. The mistakes that we made when it comes to parklets over the last year were all very well intentioned, but they all resulted from trying to move too quickly on something. If there's an area where I want us to move, however, more quickly than January 1st, it is with those parklets that are impinging upon another business and do not have the approval of that other business to impinge upon their area. I think that is something that truly needs to be addressed more quickly. As to fees, I kept looking this over, and I must tell you, I didn't come up with a number that I thought was perfect. I want our fee to be low enough to incent people to want to have a parklet, and not so low that they take and rent parklets that they're never going to use. So we need to find that balance that actually causes people to use the program and use it the way it's intended, so that we truly are putting customers in these seats for 36 hours a week during the winter months and 24 during the summer months. So if we start somewhere in the middle, I'm probably pretty comfortable with that. I don't want to steal a line from our city manager that I heard earlier this week, but I thought it was absolutely perfect. It's going to be easier to raise fees than it will be to lower them, and I hope I got that correct. And so, if we perhaps we should err a little bit to the side of starting lower and work our way up as we need to.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner, do you have comments?
That all sounds good to me. I do want to be mindful that we're charging these rates for use, but then the restaurant still has to actually get the materials and make it look nice. And that's one thing. I don't know how much that's going to cost these businesses. I don't want the rent to be overly burdensome because of the upfront cost that they have to put in with making this parklet conform to the design guidelines. I think doing something in the middle makes the most sense.
Thank you. I have some questions for staff, if I can, just about the design guidelines and the recommendation. So the recommendation is to require a base that's flush and level with the abutting public sidewalk. I know ADA access is important. Can you explain how burdensome that is? I have gone to a lot of parklets in other cities that did not require that or had ramps down. I use a stroller, which is similar maybe to people in a wheelchair who need access. So can you explain a little bit about the reasoning for that requirement?
The reasoning for that requirement is twofold. Number one, it's to address ADA issues so that those who may have disabilities have equal access to the parklets as everyone else. It's more effective to raise the parklet up to the level of the sidewalk than trying to ramp down. Typically, that takes up more of the on-street parking spaces in order to do the ramps for that. And so that's one of the reasons why we have recommended that. Secondly, by bringing the parklet level with the sidewalk, it really functions as an extension of the public realm and of the public sidewalk. So from a design standpoint, from an aesthetic standpoint, bringing the parklet up to the level of the sidewalk is something that really extends the outdoor sidewalk and the outdoor dining. In terms of the cost, there is a moderate cost to building the platforms. We looked at a number of other communities that have required that and provided design details for that. So there is a cost to it, but it's a moderate cost. There's a couple of different ways that you can do it. Some are more costly than others, but we do allow both of those methods.
Thank you. Just a few more questions, Flynn, if I can. So I saw the plant materials that are required are drought-tolerant plants, but I see in the packet that people discussed green walls and planters and ficus and things like that might be screening. So can you talk a little bit about how the plant materials were selected and the analysis there?
Certainly. One of our Architectural Review Committee members who served on the work group is a landscape architect, and he came up with the list of suggested plants based on their drought tolerance, their hardiness in terms of being in an urban environment and being utilized in such a fashion, and ones that would be readily available for parklet owners who choose to use them. I don't know if you've seen examples in other cities where they've used planters, but many times they're effective in helping to provide buffers from patrons who are in the parklet from adjacent lanes of traffic. Sometimes the plant materials also help to beautify the parklet. In looking, again, I hate to keep mentioning them, but Workshop Kitchen uses actually an artificial plant, but a type of green wall around their parklet, which has been very attractive. And so there's a number of reasons to use the plants. We allow a variety of options, and the approval subcommittee will take a look at that as business owners propose them.
Thank you very much. And then I just have a bigger question. So none of the parklets are being grandfathered in under this process. They'll all have to reconfigure the parklet in conformance to the new design guidelines. And so one, is that correct? And then two, there's no way to have a waiver process in the sense that I saw that there's waivers requested for certain things, but I raised the one of sandfish, which I think is just so beautiful and well done. So if there are really excellent ones that meet the general sense of the parklet design standards, but might not fit in conformance and require a lot of changes that might be burdensome or overly burdensome, is there a process for that for staff to consider?
Let me address question number one first. In terms of existing parklets, all existing parklets that wanted to continue the use would need to file a new land use permit and conform to the design guidelines. And so they would need to go through that process. I anticipate that there's a number of existing parklets where they will need to reconfigure their parklet in order to conform to the design guidelines. There's also several parklets that will conform to the design guidelines based on their existing design. So they would all need to go through the process, though, to be approved and to gain the new land use permit for that. And then secondly, talking about waivers from design standards, we as the work group kept it relatively limited because there was such concern about the appearance of parklets and the aesthetics of parklets. We tried to keep a relatively narrow list in terms of what is permitted. However, if City Council would like to grant more options in terms of the design of parklets, what I might recommend is that we make that an option, but require those parklets to be reviewed by the Architectural Review Committee through a standard process. So if that's the change that you would like to see, what I would recommend is that the Architectural Review Committee would be the ones who need to approve those design waivers.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. And I think I would just defer to your recommendations, Flynn, on that. But I'm worried that it might be without, for me, knowing, how many total parklets, how many will conform, how many might still be visually appealing and meet the sense of the purpose of the guidelines, but not exactly, but not fall within that waiver process. I think like to give discretion to staff or to AAC to at least consider those examples so as not to be overly burdensome for businesses who might have to reconfigure in a costly way, right? Or not to be too rigid. So do you have a recommendation, or you think that this is the way that it's presented is sufficient for that concern?
I'm comfortable in allowing the Architectural Review Committee to approve waivers. So I would be comfortable in doing that, Madam Mayor, to allow exceptions by approval of the Architectural Review Committee.
What do the rest of the council members think on that?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll include that change. Thank you, Flynn. And then just one more. Can you go over again what the definition of setup means? So they have to have tables and chairs within those hours. Do they have to be set, the tables themselves? And I'm wondering, can you go over that again?
Yes. In terms of being set up, they need to be set up and able to receive patrons. So they need to be in such a state that a patron could come to the restaurant and they could be seated in the parklet without having the staff have to come out and adjust tables, bring in chairs, things like that. There would be concerns with having tablecloths or silverware set out. Obviously, you don't want to leave those out during all the hours that you're open, especially if you don't have any diners or wait staff there in the parklet at that time. And so in terms of setup, it would essentially be chairs and tables, umbrellas, and all of that equipment set up and ready to receive patrons. And so that's how we define that.
Thank you. I was concerned about servers having to set up tablecloths and all of that silverware. Okay. And in terms of direction, I agree with what the council has said. I do think that it's giving much too long to clean up some of the problematic design that we have right now, or the problems that we have right now. 4 months is just a long time. The community has been complaining about what some of these look like and the impacts on neighboring businesses. So I see that you put in recommended operational standards to begin on September 15th for all parklets. So I might ask if there are other design standards that we could include more quickly, as opposed to waiting to clean up for so long, because I think we'll lose community support in that time.
In trying to think of what some of the other concerns are, there have been concerns in terms of the use of canvas over the tops of parklets, and some other things that I think that we could do as interim standards until the parklet is either removed or the applicant files their application to reconstruct the parklet. I'll go through our standard conditions of approval that we already have in the temporary land use permits and basically use those as a guideline for interim standards in terms of the parklets. But we would expect the operational standards in terms of the minimum number of hours per week and being set up to receive guests and things like that to be interim standards that we would impose in addition to other minor aesthetic standards that we can have business owners clean up their parklets.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods, I saw you nodding along. Do you have recommendations about what to include now as opposed to on January 1st? Not to put you on the spot.
No. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I agree with your comments, and I agree with Councilmember Gardner's comments. I think 4 months is too long. The question is, how do we get there? I think that if we go through a process that's 14 days long to actually get the land use permit and get them permitted, that's half a month, right, that they get through. So I would think within 2 to 2.5 months, they might be able to actually have something done. Some of the parklets will need no changes whatsoever. So I'm just thinking that maybe 2.5 months might be a more appropriate timing than waiting for January 1st. And it prepares us for the season, but I'm willing to entertain other options.
Thank you. I agree with you. Councilmember Garner.
I think, I'm most concerned with the properties that are not going to continue as parklets that still have materials out. So I think for me, I don't mind if it takes some time for the places that are going to use them to get set up. And if that's January 1st, that's January 1st. But in terms of people who are not going to participate in this program, I'd like that to be cleaned up. So if you're not going to participate, you're not going to participate, why don't we get the street cleared, faster for that? So I think once these standards are out, people will be able to decide rather quickly if they're going to participate or not.
I might add that if somebody, let's say it's 2.5 months and somebody has an application in process and they have an existing parklet, maybe that application, stays the existing parklet until the application is either approved or denied or modified. That might be a way to do it as well, but it does give a timing. But I had one other, we'll finish the timing first and then we'll go on to other issues.
I agree with what's been said.
I think my only concern is what Mayor Pro Tem raised and not wanting to rush the process. I think that could be a compromise in the sense that if you're working towards, doing this, then, and your application's in process, obviously you can keep up what you have. I guess I would want a degree of flexibility in this, rather than rushing the businesses to do it too quickly and have poor design or poor setup or something like that.
Yeah, I think that we're talking about different categories of parklets. So I think that there's some that are poorly maintained. And I see that, the storage issue is addressed. The use is addressed in the, 15 days or the September 15th. But nothing about design, like really poor, ugly, looks blighted or something like that, right? So that's that. And then we also have the ones that are intrusive on other businesses. So, right, is this a proposal to allow the ones that extend in front of businesses without their approval for 4 more months when we're seeing a lot of neighbor concerns, right? So that's, I think, the problematic parklets that we need to address. And then there's this group of, you need to, that you want to go forward with the process, and that we understand that's a process and move forward. So I don't know if we have a deadline to submit that land use application, permit application, or something like, I liked Dennis's suggestion that submitting an application stays that timeline or something like that. So Mayor Pro Tem.
Question back to Flynn. Do we have a good sense or even an inventory of what we consider to be problematic parklets today, either because they are intruding upon the space of another business or because they're just so poorly put together that they are an eyesore?
While I don't have a specific list of names, I do have a general number of parklets that I can think of that fall into that category, yes. So staff is aware of ones that are generally problematic.
Is there an opportunity for us to then reach out to those that we believe currently have reason to believe are problematic? Find out which ones want to continue, and for those who don't, put them on an expedited course to take down their parklet. And if they want to continue, let them know that they're going to have to up their game considerably in order to get approval to continue.
It would take a considerable amount of staff time to meet individually with those business owners, but I do agree that it will probably require some one-on-one in looking at individual parklets to do that in the interim period. So yes, we would be happy to do some outreach with business owners, but please understand that it will take us a couple of months to do that on a case-by-case basis.
I don't want to give staff any more work than we have to, but I think that might be the fairest way to address this question of getting the problem properties cleaned up as soon as possible, and do so in a respectful fashion. I don't think anybody intended to create an eyesore. They just did.
So I might ask staff, since Flynn has worked on this for many, many more hours than we have, if you've heard from council that we want to clean up the problematic parklets that abut into other businesses or that, look blighted or, have other problems for city staff, to use your discretion to come up with a program that would address that based on the feedback that you've heard from Mayor Pro Tem and others. Does that work?
Yes, that does work. And so we'll work on those interim standards and begin working with individual businesses on a case-by-case basis to resolve those issues. What I'm also hearing is that there is a desire on the part of the council to move a little bit more quickly than January 1st in terms of getting applications submitted. And so what we might do is that those businesses that choose to continue the parklet use We will work with them to have them submit their applications in advance of January 1st, even if it takes them a little bit longer to construct or reconfigure their parklet, if that meets the approval of council.
Yes. Looks like I see heads nodding. Are there comments to that summary? Thumbs up. Okay, Flynn, if you want to lead us through, so you need feedback on, we need to make a determination of the fee for parklet use, right?
That is correct. And then when do we begin implementing that fee? So those are two questions that I need you to answer about the fees.
Thank you. So I think I heard a few council members say in the middle of those rates, right? I heard Mayor Pro Tem and Garner say that. I was persuaded by the comments we got from business owners to do $1.50 a square foot, or to look at least at San Francisco, which is $1.85. I don't think we're more expensive than San Francisco streets, and I liked the idea that people raised, that public comment raised, about putting that into a fee to help businesses with fees to participate, helping retail with fees to participate in Pride, for example, or support businesses other ways. I know city staff has more of a grasp on, the cost to staff and the ability to do that type of program. But I really am at $1.50 a square foot or $1.85 a square foot.
Yeah, and on that, I agree with the mayor. I just saw that one of the letters that I missed earlier about that, and it gave a little more context in terms of the cost of actually getting a parklet set up with our design standards. So it is going to be several $1,000s to do that. The estimate that I saw from several of the business owners said $30,000. I don't know if staff has comments on whether or not they think that's accurate or high. That would be helpful. But if that's true, then I would rather go with $1.50 or $1.85. If staff doesn't think that's accurate, then I'm willing to discuss further.
So, Madam Mayor, if I might respond to the question about the cost for constructing a parklet, I would say that cost figure is accurate. One of the parklet owners confided to us that they had spent much more than that, and I'm not going to give you the dollar figure because it is a little astronomical, but $30,000 would be an appropriate figure when you look at the construction of the parklet, also any misting system, furniture, things like that. So yes.
Okay, then yes, I would do $1.50 or $1.85. I changed my mind.
I would be happy with $1.85.
And I'm somewhere between $1.50 and $1.85. I think what I would like to do, though, is to make this for probably 12 months so that we can get some data, see how it actually works, and have the ability to raise as we need.
Thank you. So it sounds like there's consensus for $1.85.
Yeah.
And maybe 3 votes. Yeah.
I really think that's a good place to start.
Okay, and then when would council like that fee to be implemented?
I would think the sooner rather than later, because it will tell us who's serious about applying. If we start charging right now and they're not using it, or they're using it for storage, and we obviously don't want that to continue. I don't know what sooner means, but I think sooner rather than later.
Thank you. And Flynn, did you have a recommendation there?
It would take us a little bit of time to set up the invoicing system with our finance department to give them the square footage of each of the parklets, and then to start billing the business owner for the parklet fee. I think we would need at least 45 days to kind of get that into position.
And Flynn, what was the commitment we made to businesses about how long they would be able to use the parklets? I just don't want to change those rules on them. So we had said to the end of 2021, right?
Yes, we would allow them to use the parklets through the end of 2021. And then moving forward, we would approve parklets for a 12-month time period.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Lynn says 45 days, where that takes us into mid-October. So perhaps start this effective November 1st. Give a full 2 months to implement.
Is that acceptable, Council and staff?
Yes, that should give us adequate time.
Thank you. Flynn, do you need any other direction on any items?
I think that I've got everything in place, so staff will go ahead and develop interim standards for those parklets that are only continuing through the end of the year. Those who will be continuing the parklet use, we will require them to submit their applications before January 1st, and they can proceed with construction after that date. The fee for the parklets will be $1.85 per square foot. We'll use that fee for 12 months and be able to allow council to reevaluate that at a later point in time. And then the fee will start on November the 1st. So that gives me everything that I need to proceed forward with that. The only other thing that we would ask is that as your vote, you would adopt the design guidelines as has been provided to you with one modification, and that would be to allow waivers of the design standards if approved by the Architectural Review Committee as recommended by the mayor. And so with that one change to the design guidelines. Oh, and
thank you. I see
Councilmember Woods, you had requested that we add maintenance and cleaning standards. We'll be happy to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods, did you have anything to add?
I do. I have kind of a question. There's one other thing I didn't bring up, and I'm looking at the San Mateo example, and they have some great graphics in their example. And between the edge of the parking lane and the beginning of the parklet, they have a gap. Currently, if you drive down Palm Canyon, when those K-rails are right on the side of the road, we become very close to them, and it feels very claustrophobic. I know some of the existing parklets are already there that probably won't need any changes because they'll meet our design guidelines. But on future ones, I'm wondering if we don't want a little bit of a setback from the edge of the parking lane. And I would just defer to staff for kind of an analysis of that.
Certainly, we'd be happy to do that. So for new parklets, we can look at providing perhaps some additional space between the edge of the traffic lane and the parklet barrier to give a little bit more room. So we'd be happy to look at that.
Thank you. Any other comments on that summary? And then Flynn, just one last thing, the staff report and the attachments talk about the cost for development, a comprehensive wayfinding study and program. So is that included here, or are you asking for authority for that?
I'm not asking for authority at this time. This is something that council may want to consider as a future action. If you have thoughts on that now, I'd be happy to take them. But this is something that you might defer to a later time, just depending on your priorities.
Thank you. I'd like to defer it to a later time if we can. A later time, not later in the evening, since it's already 10.
Understood.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve staff recommendations in the summary that Director Fagg just gave with council direction? Do we need a motion, City Clerk? I'm sorry, yes, because we're approving a resolution.
So move. A second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. So council, we have two more items and we have closed session after this too. So do you want to push through and do these last two items? City staff, I think, has said that item 4C, the leaf blowers, is not time sensitive, but item 5A, the fireworks, is more time sensitive. Is that right, City Manager?
That's correct.
Thank you. So council, do you want to push through and go through both items? Do you want to start with the fireworks and then see where we're at for leaf blowers with time, or do you just want to go through in order?
I would vote for doing the fireworks and then going back if we have time.
Does that work? Okay, so we will do, by consensus, we will do item 5A next, which is a discussion about the use of fireworks within the city of Palm Springs. Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm here to review item 5A, the discussion of use of fireworks within city limits. The staff report before you, reviews in detail some of the concerns that council brought before council at your May 6th meeting, including environmental concerns, the impact on pets and veterans. In your report, the review offers some alternatives to our traditional fireworks show and an overview of our current display. I do have a PowerPoint, not the leaf blower PowerPoint, but the fireworks PowerPoint. There we go. That looks more like it. It's pretty brief, but let's see if we could move forward here. So just as a quick overview, our current traditional fireworks show, obviously it's a patriotic symbol for Independence Day and a celebratory for events across the world. It is a 50-year tradition in the city of Palm Springs for our 4th of July celebration and a 24-year tradition for our Veterans Day Parade. In addition to that, the city permits firework displays for a variety of nonprofits, movie permits, and various organizations throughout the year. The cost for fireworks typically runs about $1,000 per minute. So in your report, we offered a couple alternatives to our traditional fireworks. Now, I think the term quiet fireworks seems to be a bit of a falsehood in terms of this firework display. It is actually not silent. It is more of just a quieter fireworks display. It is ideal for smaller crowds. It's only visible to those who are in the proximity of the fireworks show. There is still potential negative impacts to the environment, animals, and the concerns for health. And the cost for the show is still relatively the same at about $1,000 per minute. This is a video, so just so that you can kind of get a little bit of a gist of what the sound is for what is considered a quiet fireworks show. So this type of firework is already in our current fireworks show. The difference is they just use each of the fireworks come in cylinders, and the larger ones provide a higher radius and a louder boom. And these fireworks are just the smaller portion, the smaller cylinders, and they are currently utilized in our current displays at both Festival Lights and Veterans Day. It's not, if we were trying to replicate Veterans Day and/or Festival of Lights, this would not work in terms of visibility. We wouldn't be able to provide the appropriate spacing for this type of fireworks show. And our last option, let's see. There we go. Our last option is the option that we used for our July 4th event this year, which was a laser light show, which basically uses a combination of music and narrow beams to create an entertainment experience. There is no negative impact to the environment. The suggested time frame for something of this nature is between 5 to 8 minutes. In comparison, our July 4th event is anywhere between 26 and 32 minutes, and for Veterans Day, it runs about 6 minutes. The cost for this is still relatively, well, it's far more expensive per minute. This year, we spent probably about close to $30,000 on our laser light show, and that's because we asked for a longer laser light show than the company had suggested. So that's it for the power presentation. I believe the staff report is pretty detailed, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. It's good to see you here. Are there any questions for city staff? Councilmember Woods.
Out of curiosity, when we did the laser light show this last year, the real effects of it were when it hit the smoke or it hit the trees or it hit some sort of object per se. And I noticed the lasers didn't shoot straight up into the air, which I heard were some complaints. Is that because of the airport or do we know, just as a refresher for what we just did last 4th of July, what some of the issues were that the laser show didn't shoot up into the air? High up in the air.
Correct. So due to the timing of the request, we had to receive somewhat of a temporary approval from the airport to hold the laser light show so that it didn't interfere. With given more time, we have the ability to go through the FFA to get the appropriate permitting so that we allow for the lasers to go higher in the air. But yes, we were required to stay at a certain level for this year's laser light show.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Other questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
I have questions, but comments when you're ready.
Thanks. If I could just ask a question then. I know we've talked just in general about drone shows, and that's one thing that people have raised as an alternative. Did you look into drone shows or find anything about that?
Absolutely. So we did do some research on drone shows and the availability of them. There is also, due to the airport, a process that we'll need to go through in order to get approval to have a drone show. Drones are extremely expensive, so given the appropriate dollar amount, we could probably do about anything. But when I provided the information of our current July 4th crowd, they suggested, two separate companies suggested anywhere between 800 and 1,000 drones would be required to provide the entire audience with the show. So that range is upwards of $100,000.
For that many drones?
Correct.
But thinking through, do you know the life of those drones? That's just to rent them, it's not to purchase them.
Correct. It's very
just
similar to how we do our fireworks show. We contract with a company, they come out and actually coordinate the show and produce the show and then leave.
Got it, so it's like over triple the cost.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I see that we just want to comment. So comments or questions for council members. Councilmember Garner, and then we'll start comments with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, my question was just that I know the environmental concern is something that several people have brought up, but I didn't see a whole lot about that. I know that I see that there's the particular matter increases spikes during the holiday, but I want to know kind of how long does that last? What's the radius? I live, for instance, I live on the northern part of our city, which is probably one of the furthest locations from where we traditionally have fireworks. Would that air pollution impact me as well, or is it just if I were at the park watching the fireworks?
That is a very good question. I don't have an answer to that. I'm happy to research it, but I'm not sure what the radius is of air pollution for our current fireworks show.
Okay, thank you. And then the other part of that is just kind of how long it lasts. Are we talking about a spike that lasts for the duration of the show and maybe 20 minutes later, or are we talking about a whole day? And I know that there were some people who sent in some articles. So we get public comments sometimes in big batches at the day of, and I didn't get to read the details of some of those. So those are just some of my questions that I would really like to know more of before I can feel comfortable making a decision on this.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I didn't want to revisit and relive all of the very difficult conversations that we had back in May and ones that I think came up unexpectedly for many of us as we got into those conversations. It was not, it was a very difficult evening, and it was followed by many, many difficult conversations and emails that each and every one of us received. There are so many people that were affected by the direction that we need to take moving forward. But there are two groups that I truly want to surface right at the very beginning. There are an incredible number of individuals, particularly associated with our animal shelter, who have devoted incredible parts of their lives to the care and attention of the animals that are in our community, whether they be ones that are pets within our homes or otherwise. And the stories that they tell of the distress, the hurt that so many pets in our community have gone through as a result of the numerous fireworks displays are real and true. And anyone who's seen an animal suffering because of the sounds knows what I speak of. And yes, sometimes there are solutions that people have found that have worked for some animals under some circumstances, but not all. At the same token, there's another group of individuals that I certainly had an opportunity to spend a lot of time with subsequent to our discussions back in May. And that's the veterans in our community, and most particularly the veterans who work in and volunteer at the American Legion Post in Palm Springs. Men and women who put their lives at risk wearing our country's uniform, and for whom their sense of patriotism on events such as Veterans Day and the 4th of July are absolutely fundamental to who they are and what they believe in terms of our country. Each and every one of those individuals, whether they are working with our animal community or working with our veterans community, love this country and love this city. And their patriotism of any of them should never be questioned, or their devotion to what's best about this country. I think we have overindulged over the course of years in having far too many events for which fireworks are used, and that creates additional distress. But there are 2 days in the course of the calendar that are absolutely fundamental to the celebration of the patriotism of this country, the 4th of July and Veterans Day. And for both in this community, fireworks are a part of that celebration. So I will be supporting going forward, provided that we are not dealing with some type of restrictions related to COVID or something else that just simply makes it, from a public health standpoint, inappropriate. I believe we should have fireworks as a part of our celebration of Veterans Day and a 4th of July. I do want us to take additional precautions, though, on behalf of the animal community and be very specific and very well ahead of time as to what exactly is going to be the time frame that the fireworks are going to go off. So if an individual wants to be able to take their pet and get out of range of the sound for the 6 minutes of Veterans Day or the approximately 30 minutes of 4th of July, that they have full opportunity to know how to plan their schedules on those days to be able to do that. When it comes to the various private events that are holding fireworks, I'm open to, I want to hear from my colleagues as to their thoughts. But I think it should be a very limited amount of fireworks that are used for what are essentially private celebrations, not the public celebrations of 4th of July and Veterans Day. And I know this is what I've said is not what some of my friends within the animal community wanted to hear. But I think it is the fairest thing for everyone within our community. And it is exactly what I told the folks at the American Legion I would be saying.
Thank you. Other comments? Or motions?
I appreciate that sentiment from Mayor Pro Tem, and I am curious if staff knows how many fireworks events we have in the city every year. It seems small to me from memory, but there could be others that maybe I just don't notice. Again, I do live further from where they generally occur.
We typically permit 5 to 8 fireworks events throughout the year, and that is inclusive of Veterans Day and July 4th.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that is, interesting about this to me is that we don't have very, very many. I know that there's other cities that have significantly more. It's kind of just a regular occurrence. I guess I appreciate the kind of balancing act of saying we're going to do it for these couple of events. But I also just wanted to just point out that Palm Springs is also has sovereign land and tribal land, so it's not completely up to us on whether or not there's going to be fireworks in Palm Springs. And I just say that because I think that it's important to note that regardless of what the city says, there could still be events on tribal land that host fireworks shows. So I just want to say that in case someone says, well, there was a fireworks show, and we don't have full control on what happens in Palm Springs.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Woods?
No, 8 fireworks display is almost one every other month, or one, it's which is substantial actually. I'm conflicted. I'm very conflicted with this because I understand the air pollution issues. I understand the animal issues, the wildlife issues, but I also understand, as Mayor Pro Tem said, how important it is to many people who are steeped in tradition and what that tradition means to them and what it holds in their heart. I think what Mayor Pro Tem is coming up with is a way to appease two sides of this story. It doesn't mean that the other events cannot still use other forms. They could, if they've got the funding, they could use drones. It's gorgeous. We saw it at the Olympics. If you can afford that, or they could use lasers, which are about the same as fireworks. It seems to me to be a compromise.
Thank you, Councilmember Wood. I had similar questions that Councilmember Garner had, like how much does each show pollute, right? What's the net gain in terms of protecting the environment or preventing pollution, right, with each show? Does that make sense? Because it's almost like, what is it worth to lose a number of fireworks shows in the city of Palm Springs without knowing if it's really worth the effort in terms of the environment or in terms of impacting bighorn sheep or other things that we got input on. So I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I think that was so well said, and thank you for really thoughtfully summarizing the balance that we do, that, City Council, we don't always get to be advocates for one issue, but we really have to weigh the advocacy of not just 2 groups, but 100 groups, right? 45,000 people who have differing opinions. So that is a difficult balance. My question with this, and even with leaf blowers, is, how does this fit in with our sustainability goals? How does this actually reduce, pollution and the things we care about? Does it make an impact, or is it not worth our time in the sense that we could be spending this time on a lot more impactful actions? Does that make sense? So I'd love to, I know that we're bringing forward, thank you to city staff and the Sustainability Commission for bringing forward our climate action plan with real strong objectives in there. I'd love to have this conversation more thoroughly with that data than now. So I agree. I think that I'd like to support doing the All-American July 4th event that the city's done for 50 years. I think it's important to our community. It's a free event that brings families and low-income people and all of us together. And the Veterans Day Parade, since that is so important to the veterans groups, and we've heard that, who want to be honored in that way. I'm open to thinking about reducing total events in the city if we know if that's worth staff time and if that's worth the brain damage, for staff, based on all the impacts, right? And I don't think we have that information. So I think we're probably not going to be doing fireworks shows in California in 10 or 20 years in this climate crisis with the fires raging everywhere. But right now, I do think that we want to move forward with this event in the short term, and I think it's important. So, Dennis, Councilmember Woods, I'm sorry, did you have a proposal there that's different than what's been said by others?
I do not, but I agree with your comments, Mayor. I agree with your comments, and I like fireworks. I can't say I don't dislike fireworks by by looking at it. And it's hard to change. It's very hard to change. And I think that, and it's hard for all of us to change. Change is a very difficult thing just in our society in general. But I think that the Mayor Pro Tem has come up with an alternative that might work. It may not satisfy everyone, but I think it satisfies those people who are most disappointed in the 4th of July in particular. So, because I don't think we have the votes to completely ban them. I think we have to come up with a compromise that's going to work.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I hope this doesn't sound disingenuous, but I would suggest we identify for staff that we are approving Veterans Day and 4th of July, and allow them to go forward and plan, and allow the community to go forward and plan. And when it comes to any other events, those need to come back to City Council. And that gives any organization that wants to make a presentation to us as to why it should be appropriate an opportunity, and it gives council another opportunity to look at any other events very specifically. And so that would be my motion.
I might propose a different model if I can, and you can let me know, because I don't want to have a political fight about each and every event and have the stakeholders have to come out and have city staff and city council do a lot of time on that. Again, I'm not yet sure, and I did try to research the environmental impact for each event, and also, the impacts of the neighborhoods and pets and people who have problems with the noise. But I might ask staff to come back and we can have that conversation at a later date. I see that the Palm Springs High School Homecoming Parade is on this, AAP, Food Samaritans, White Party, there's the Power Baseball Opening Night. There's really not that many events. So personally, I wouldn't support doing them each one with different council approvals, but just have staff maybe bring back if we need changes to the policy, or if we can analyze the environmental impact when we do our climate action work next month, and think through, more thorough policies, because I know we all care about the environment and the impacts of fireworks more broadly.
Perhaps we could separate the two events, Veterans Day and 4th of July, and then ask staff to come back with a set of recommendations on any other events.
Is that where council is?
I might add that if we come back, that resources could be air quality management district, or any of the people who actually deal with pollution. I think we know the impacts of sound, but I don't think we know the impacts of pollution and its long-term ramifications, and AQMD might be able to help us with that.
That'd be great. I think that's a great proposal. Okay, so with that, Mayor Pro Tem, was that an amendment to that motion that you made?
I'll repeat what I think we're agreeing to. We are moving forward with Veterans Day and 4th of July, and we are asking staff to come back with a broad set of study and recommendations regarding any other events.
Thank you. So that's a motion. Is there a second? Or an alternative, a substitute motion? I just ask for motions and stare at you all to make them. Is there not consensus around that idea?
I think I'm fine overall with it. I think it's more of just making a motion and seconding a motion in my mind is just kind of just it's a statement. It's a statement of more robust support, and I think I'm voting out of compromise.
That's right. And I'm sorry, I see that there's a recommendation. The recommendation is just to direct staff. So I actually don't think a formal vote is needed. Isn't that right, City Clerk?
We don't need a formal vote, no, but we do need a pretty clear direction in terms of what the consensus is by at least a majority of the council.
Thank you.
I'm fine with moving forward with what's been discussed.
With what Lisa summarized, correct?
Yes, with what the Mayor Pro Tem summarized.
I support that too. Also, as a compromise, I think I would probably just like to move forward and give staff the authority to permit events and then think through our plan, long-term planning around fireworks in the context of sustainability and other impacts later. But just because I want to be thoughtful, but I think that that's where we are for consensus as a compromise, correct? Okay, so I'm going to take, I heard a motion. Grace, I'm going to hear yours as a second. Is that right? Okay, and can we have a vote, please? We'll just memorialize it with a vote.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Consensus by 4-0.
Thank you. We didn't like having a split vote, so we needed to correct the record and have a 4-0. Thank you. So does council want to not do item 5C, leaf blowers tonight, and then bring that back to a future agenda?
I would like to see us defer that one. We did not receive any public comments, and I know there's some extremely strong opinions on this issue. And if we're going to do leaf blowers correctly, we need a good, robust conversation that includes those in our gardening community as well as homeowners and residents.
I agree. Can I ask? Mm-hmm.
If we're coming back, I would like a little information from AQMD also on the environmental effects. I know some cities have banned them completely, and I'm sure there's reasonings behind that. They're very proliferate out here. So are the winds in general, but just a little bit of an analysis. Maybe AQMD already has it that we can pop in.
So City Clerk, do I need to call the item and then we can give that feedback and continue it, or can we do that informally like we're doing now?
I heard the request, and it'll be noted in the minutes.
Thank you. I have a request as well, because I completely agree with Mayor Pro Tem's comments that we just haven't heard from the community on this issue. And I see the outreach, and I know the Sustainability Commission was really committed to doing outreach, but I don't have a summary of the gardening community and business owners and gardeners in this report. And I think that we can't move forward without getting that input. So I'm happy to help get that input or talk to people about it, or we can just put out a solicitation now to please contact us to discuss this issue before it comes forward again, because I won't, I think, be able to make a decision on this until we hear from them who are most impacted. So we will work with city staff on that. Noted. Any other direction on item 4C?
I would ask that we reach out to the neighborhood groups before it comes back as well, so that they can provide their input. because impact goes two ways. There could be economic impact, or there could be other impacts such as noise and dust. So I think we want to get both sides of that story.
Thank you. Any other comments? City staff, do you have any comments to that feedback, direction,
No comments.
or question? I think I heard that was a no.
Yeah, Mayor, the only thing I might add is that with some of that additional direction, we likely wouldn't bring it back at the next meeting. It might just take a little bit longer to reach out to the neighborhood organizations, get that feedback, et cetera. So we can do that.
I think we could also bring this to our priority setting because, again, what we've done, I think, is measures, small measures or big ones that we think up that are sort of on a ad hoc basis as they come up or they're requested. But again, I know Justin is so passionate and has the skills to do this, to include these items in our long-term sustainability planning and our goals so that we know what's impactful and worth all of our staff time and what's not that impactful. This actually sounds impactful. I researched the environmental impact, but we need to have a conversation about priorities and how much time to set and when this would come back, that sort of thing. Councilmember Garner.
Yeah, I just want to say that I don't think it has to be that deep, right? This was passed not that long ago. It's still in its infancy. There's never 100% compliance on anything. You get more compliance gradually over time. So I'm not sure that all of this is necessary unless there's council desire to not have this ban anymore, which I don't get the sense that that's the case. But I raise this only to say that any ordinance that we pass is going to take time before it has 80 or 90% compliance. It's never overnight for anything. And I just, are we going to do this for every single thing?
Right.
That's kind of my question. Like, how are we moving forward generally with this type of thing? And so, yes, I would be more supportive of discussing this at our visioning sessions on how we're going to move forward, because this one in particular seems like a squeaky wheel type thing, and not so much that it actually deserves our attention, because I imagine that there's other ordinances that are probably not getting full compliance either, but we're not talking about them.
Thank you. So we are essentially discussing it. So I'm going to call it as item 4C, discussion of potential actions related to Palm Springs Municipal Code, section 11.74.043, loud, unusual noises, gasoline-powered leaf blowers. I think maybe we might waive the staff report, and it sounds like continue this to another meeting to a date uncertain. I would just add, I agree. I mean, I think that we have a culture of pursuing perfection, which is great. We all want perfection, but at a cost, right? Not prioritizing the most important actions that can be the most impactful, and burning out our staff and ourselves at that pace. So, for me, I would not like to see us reverse the ban. I'd like to see us work with gardener community and business owners, help provide incentives and support, because I don't think a punishment system works, especially when there's so many barriers to this. And I think, instead of moving from very strong punitive compliance, we just move to helping people, get up and running for business licenses, or help them purchase the electric, which is better their health, better for everyone's health, better for the environment. I agree. It's not that deep. That's why I called it. Because for me, my comments are simple. I think we should continue it. We should not ever expect 100% compliance or staff to try to get that. But we should, just focus on incentives to help our gardeners, which are so crucial to Palm Springs. Really important role in our economy and in our city. Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't want to get too much into this. Summer's almost over, but one part of this staff report was to allow gardeners to begin at 7 a.m. During the summer months. That's something that I think is fundamental to job safety and to the safety of folks being able to work. We allow construction to begin at 7 a.m. In the summer months. There's absolutely no excuse not to allow gardeners to begin. I don't think we can get that done by the end of this summer, but we need to have that change in place before next summer.
I completely agree. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Woods.
I actually agree with the comments that have been said. I was just going to add that when we initially did outreach, when the ordinance was done, this was before I was on council, I attended the exchange program. It was very well attended by the gardeners, very well attended by the gardeners. So it's just, I think it is a matter of just, where do we put our priorities on enforcement? How do we deal with enforcement? And maybe it's through another educational outreach program. And that's where we put our money versus spending our money on code compliance.
I agree. So it sounds like there's consent. Even we said we would defer this, but it sounds like everyone agrees and there's unanimous support for choosing option 1 in the staff report. Well, it details a few things, but not focused on compliance and code enforcement, but focused on expanded incentive program funding and the programming that Councilmember Wood mentioned. And it looks like there's consensus also for Mayor Pro Tem's suggested change of allowing work to begin at 7 a.m. Is there other comments? Councilmember Garner.
I agree with that assessment. I think it sounds like we might have more things that might have to come forward with the details of those. But I think, yes, I agree with that general direction. Yeah, and I'm just going to leave it at that because I get too fired up about this issue. So I'm just going to keep it there.
Other comments?
Sorry. I don't know if I would completely rule out holding the property owners accountable. I don't think I'd rule that out as an option if we ever do an amendment to it. I don't know what the priority of an amendment is, but if we did an amendment, I don't think that is such a horrible thing to consider.
Yeah, I was interested in that option too. I thought it would need more analysis, thinking it through. I was a little concerned that the impacts might still be on the workers or the small business owners. Like people might just fire their gardeners if they get a fine because of it. And again, the barriers to compliance, like language access and problems like that. But I also was interested in that as maybe a solution or a better focus of enforcement. I think it's a good point. Other comments on that point?
It's something that is going to require an awful lot of debate and very careful consideration. I wouldn't rule it out, but I think we're a long way from being able to get there. And without prolonging this discussion too much, I think we should also look at, are there incentive programs that would allow homeowners to purchase electric leaf blowers that they could make available to their gardeners so that it's fully charged at the time the gardener shows up. And if it's critically important that it be an electric leaf blower, then perhaps the homeowner should be responsible for providing some of the equipment under those circumstances. And I throw that out as an idea as part of a broader solution to this issue. But.
Yeah, I think that that's a good point, and that's something that I think, 1PS has several committees that could discuss this. I mean, you could even have a neighborhood share with a few different electric units. Because there is one thing that I learned through talking to people about this is that the electric leaf blowers are far more delicate than the gas-powered ones. So, for instance, these landscapers would often just kind of toss them on the ground, the gas ones, and it was fine. And then they were doing the same thing with the electric, and they were breaking. And so there's a little bit of education, too, to it to say, hey, this is a more delicate machine. It can't go, you can't just kind of toss it in the way that you do your other items. But that said, if it is a lot more fragile and it's in a truck all day being transported all over, there could still be possibilities of it breaking. So having some for use in a neighborhood could be a solution for some of these workers where it's not being jostled around in the back of a truck. So I do think that that's something that I would love to encourage 1PS to think about in terms of neighborhood shares, especially in areas where maybe it's there's a particularly strong amount of complaints.
I think it's a good idea too, especially considering, homeowners in single family homes might have access to solar panels or free electric charging that's more sustainable and cheaper. I can imagine it being difficult at home if you don't have solar panels and you're paying electricity to charge multiple leaf blowers. So I do think it's an important thing to discuss. So city staff, we said we wouldn't do the item and then we just did. So you're hearing direction that we'd like to move forward on enhanced incentive programs and outreach, which includes outreaching to landscapers to help with this work, and a consideration of enhanced compliance efforts that would include holding the homeowner responsible or jointly responsible for fines, and moving forward on all of the other direction that was given. Do you need any other direction from us on that?
I don't think at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll leave it up to staff how to shepherd that along and the capacity and timeline for that. I just wanted to make a note. It's something that Councilmember Garner has asked publicly a few times. The staff report says that the city receives 40 to 50 complaints each month. And I'm just wondering, I think Councilmember Garner has asked a few times, what are the unduplicated numbers of people complaining? Does that make sense? So are there a few problem homes where people are complaining 12 times a month? Or is it that, there's 50 homes that are impacted? I think that kind of data, if we have it, is helpful to assess the scope of the problem and how many people are impacted by this. Just for future, if we do have that data, could you include it? Okay, so that is item 4C. So the next item is City Council and City Manager requests for upcoming agenda development. City Manager.
Mayor and Council, I don't know that there's anything we have to discuss extensively. We did provide you with a future tentative upcoming meeting schedule, and you can see we've just reformed the format a little bit to include some future items that are kind of tentatively scheduled for a time frame, October, January, et cetera. And then we still have a category of unprogrammed future items. So that is one of those areas. You'll see some of those other things that were referenced tonight in light of leaf blowers, what isn't currently being considered. And we've added just one or two items to that since last time we spoke. So just please keep that as a reference, and if anything there looks like it needs to be accelerated, this is a good time to do that. Otherwise, those things are still just waiting for space on an agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there comments about that from council members?
I don't have a comment about that, but I know we got a comment about community cleanup, and it was talking about the northern part of the city. So we hosted a community cleanup. I did in March, and there is desire to do that again. So I will absolutely be reaching out to you, Vanessa, if you're still watching, to talk about how we can partner, because more people helping, the better. But that is something that we've already done once and are hoping to do more times to assist with some of that dumping.
Thank you. Other council member comments or agenda development? I don't have any input on the list. Justin, I just have one question. Is this the tentative meeting schedule public in terms of being published with online as attachments to the agenda, or is there a way that we can do this for the public, like bring up a slide so the public knows when we're talking, so that way people might be able to give some input about priorities and moving things forward? I just always feel awkward that we're discussing a list that isn't either on the screen for the people watching at home or accessible to them.
Mayor, it is posted. The only thing I would mention, the caveat, is that it's really used primarily internally because it's very tentative. As you know, even sometimes when we're just one meeting out, maybe it's even because we don't complete an agenda on any given evening and something flows over to the next date. So I just wouldn't want people to count on the timing of things. But for purposes of just conveying to council what they think needs more attention more quickly, that is a document that's available to them. And any resident is free to weigh in on some of the things, especially those that are kind of unprogrammed, to suggest that they should be accelerated. Always helpful if residents are inclined to do that, maybe to suggest some things that are less important, because that turns out to be the challenge, is just a lot of items competing for limited time.
Thank you. I have one item to add to the list that I got a request for that I'd like to be added to council's consideration for upcoming agenda items on this list for future items. So the Palm Springs Architectural Alliance has asked us to explore the development of design guidelines for new construction and commercial. And so they have been, I know, working with a plan of action with the planning director. So I just wanted to flag that, that they are requesting that the city council authorize approval for the establishment of a design guideline task force and to do that work. So if we could add that, or city staff could work with planning director and the city manager with PSAA to consider what next steps might need to come to council. Thank you. Okay, any other council or staff comments? Okay, so city clerk, we won't adjourn now, or we will adjourn the public meeting and then open up the closed session from recess, right?
We'll be recessing into closed session.
Okay, so we don't adjourn the meeting publicly now.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now recess into closed session. Thank you.